Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, Amen, Namaste.
Public Business, Government Business Bills, second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill was in progress when the House adjourned on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025. Those who have already contributed to the debate: Honourable Colm Imbert MP, Minister of Finance; Honourable Kamla Prasad Bisesa SC MP, Leader of the Opposition, Member for Superior; Honourable Stuart Young SC MP, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West; Mr. David Lee MP, Member for Pointe-a-Pierre; Mr. Keith Scotland SC MP, Minister in the Ministry of National Security, Member for Port of Spain South; Mr. Dinesh Rambali MP, Member for Chaguanas West; Senator the Honourable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services; Ms. Vandana Mohib MP, Member for Chaguanas East; Honourable Ayana Webster Roy MP, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Member for Tobago East; Senator the Honourable Paula Gopi Schoon, Minister of Trade and Industry; Mr. Rushdan Parry MP, Member for Miaro; Honourable Brian Manning MP, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Member for San Fernando East; Mr. Davendranath Tanku MP, Member for Urupuch West; Honourable Marvin Gonzalez MP, Minister of Public Utilities, Member for Lupino, Borneo West; Mr. Barry Padara MP, Member for Prince's Song; Honourable Shamfa Kojo Lewis MP, Minister of Sport and Community Development, Member for Tobago West; Mr. Arnold Ram MP, Member for Caroni Central; Honourable Lisa Morris Julian MP, Minister in the Ministry of Education, Member for Dabadi Umera; Dr. Richard Ciceran MP, Member for Caroni East; Mr. Kennedy Richards MP, Member for Point Fortin; Ms. Michelle Benjamin MP, Member for Maruga Tableland; Honourable Faris Alwari SC MP, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Member for San Fernando West; Ms. Khadija Amin MP, Member for St. Augustine; Honourable Penelope Beckles MP, Minister of Planning and Development, Member for Arima; Mr. Rodney Charles MP, Member for Naparima; Honourable Adrian Leons MP, Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Development, Member for Laventille East Morvan; Dr. Rudal Munilal MP, Member for Urupuch East; Honourable Fitzgerald Hines MP, Minister of National Security, Member for Laventille West; Mr. Saddam Hosein MP, Member for Barataria San Juan; Senator the Honourable Dr. Amory Brown, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs; Dr. Rai Ragbi, Member for Kamuto Mansinala; Senator the Honourable Hassel Bacchus, Minister of Digital Transformation; Honourable Foster Cummins MP, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Member for La Hoqueta Talparo; Honourable Terence Dial Singh MP, Minister of Health, Member for St. Joseph; Mr. Roger Monroe MP, Member for Toku Sandy Grande; Mrs. Anita Haynes Aline MP, Member for Tabaquite; Honourable Dr. Nayan Gadsby Dolly MP, Minister of Education, Member for St. Anne's East; Honourable Stephen McClashy MP, Minister of Labour, Member for Labrie; Mr. Rujnath Indar Singh MP, Member for Scoover South; Senator the Honourable Rohan Sinanan, Minister of Works and Transport; Honourable Simon D. Nobrega MP, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister; Mr. Esmond Ford MP, Deputy Speaker, Member for Tunapuna. the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is my distinct pleasure to be in this honorable House today, being the last day. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by specially acknowledging my colleague, the Minister of Finance. You're most welcome, sir, for serving this country and serving as a Minister of Finance over the last 9 years, going into the 10th year. And we will be back for the next 5 years. I was just responding to the member for Sawa Barataria. I want to also say a special thank you to my colleague, Minister Penelope Beckles, for her role in...
Minister, in this House we refer to members either by their portfolio or their constituency, so that when you refer to a member here, it's either Minister of whatever portfolio or by member for whatever constituency.
Thank you very much for your guidance, Madam Speaker, and I should have known better because I've been listening to this debate and you were correcting a lot of members. Thank you very much for your guidance again. Yeah. So I would like to thank the member for Arima and her portfolio as Minister of Planning and Development for guiding the Ministry of Agriculture through these years. I've been there 2 years and some months now, and I want to thank her for her guidance and the Ministry of Planning and Development. Madam Speaker, I want to make a special mention to my colleague who has been in the ministry longer than me, 9 years going into 10, and that is a young farmer and a young professional, Minister Avinash Singh. We have worked together in the interests of the farmers, the livestock, the fishermen. We have worked together in the interests of all the people in the agri-industry. Madam Speaker, when I look at where I'm standing right now, when I look at the front bench and the back bench, and according to my colleague, the member for Toko Sandy Grandi, when he said yesterday, I listened to him attentively. We on this side have one leader, one party. And according to, I want to say to my leader, thank him for giving me the opportunity to serve as the first citizen of the city of San Fernando, one. Thank him also for giving me the opportunity to serve as the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, and being in this portfolio now as the first citizen serving the country. And I want to thank him sincerely, and I'm looking forward to working for the rest of the year. I don't want nobody to get too comfortable. We will be back for the following year. I stand before this honorable House, Madam Speaker, to inform the citizens of this beloved country to report on the achievements not only in the last year, but over the last 5 years. These investments have strengthened our agricultural sector, enhancing food security, boosting local production, and solidifying our position as a leader in the regional agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, I just want to dive into the achievement for fiscal 2024. Madam Speaker, our allocation under the Consolidated Fund and the Infrastructure Development Fund in fiscal 2024 is $951,573,400 was utilized to enhance several strategic areas, including one, improving infrastructure, in particularly agricultural access roads, improving water management system in major food basket areas, improving service delivery, institutional strengthening improving access to grants and incentives, improving land tenure, increased focus on youth and agriculture, encouraging the adoption of climate-smart technology and innovation to drive agricultural production, and improving on activities oriented towards enhanced food security and reducing the food import bill. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to highlight some of the projects and programs and achievements of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries for fiscal 2024. I turn to the food security crisis. Madam Speaker, food and nutrition security remains a critical concern for Trinidad and Tobago as global challenges such as food prices rising, climate change, and disruptions in supply chains continue to impact the availability and affordability of essential goods. In 2024, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries prioritized initiatives aimed at boosting local food production, reducing the nation's dependence on food imports, destabilizing prices for consumers through strategic investments in land distribution, agricultural infrastructure, and targeted support for farmers. The ministry has laid the foundation for a resilient food system and meets the need of both domestic population and broader CARICOM region. Moving forward, our efforts in 2025 will continue to focus on enhancing productivity, modernizing agricultural practices, and addressing the underlying drivers of food security. Access to finance and credit. Madam Speaker, the provision of capital to farmers and fisherfolk has remained a critical policy position of this PNM administration. The Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries continues to develop finance and credit through the Agricultural Development Bank to increase assets for farmers and improve their financial status. In fiscal 2023 to 2024, as of August, the ADB has funded 688 loans valued at $89,590, $268 in total. The ADB continues to support sectorial development through funding to different areas along the food value chain, from agricultural services, 36.6 million, to food crop, 22.4 million, agro-processing, 19.3 million, fishing industry, 7.4 million, and livestock, with 4.4 million in disbursements. Additionally, the ADB has funded 87 young people with loans from ages of 18 to 35 years at a value of $80 million, $398,000 over the last fiscal year. Food Security and Food Prices Committee. Madam Speaker, this has been a cry throughout the years, and the Cabinet took a decision to ensure that we form a Food Security and Food Prices Committee established in 2024, brought together key stakeholders across various sectors to address the issues of rising food prices and to ensure that nutritious food remains accessible to all citizens. The committee comprises of 13 members, experts in agriculture, economics, trade, and consumer advocacy, has already been analyzing the root cause of price fluctuations and identifying actionable solutions. The result of their ongoing work will be critical in guiding future policy interventions with the agricultural sector. Their findings will help us shape targeted strategies to stabilize food prices. increase local production, and reduce our dependency on imports, ensuring that we respond effectively to both domestic challenges and global market pressures. These policy adjustments will include to support farmers, protect consumers, and strengthen Trinidad and Tobago overall food security. Madam Speaker, this is just one of the many ways in which we have been leading progressive conversation with key agriculture partners to ensure food security becomes a reality. We have Agricultural Finance Support Program, which is the Agro Incentive Grant. Madam Speaker, the Agricultural Finance Support Program, or Agro Incentive Grant, as we call it, stands as a testament to this administration on our unwavering commitment to employing farmers and promoting sustainable agricultural practices. Since inception in 2019, the ministry has disbursed more than $27 million to over 300 small and medium-sized farmers. The strategic financial support has played a pivotal role in driving increased local food production, directly contributing to our national food security goals. During this fiscal year 2024, we executed 3 of these distributions, assisting over 100 farmers with a combined value of over $11 million. Furthermore, just within the last week, we received additional 116 checks valued at $11 million for distribution, and preparations are currently underway for large distribution again. Madam Speaker, this administration continues to demonstrate that it's not just talking about supporting farmers, we are deliberate and meaningful action is taking place. We understand the backbone of our agricultural sector lies within the farmers. Throughout this grant, we ensure that they have access to necessary resources through new technology, modern-day practices, and scale on the operations. Our focus is clear. We are building an agricultural sector that is resilient, productive, and sustainable. We have also, Madam Speaker, the Agricultural Incentive Program, which is called the AIP. At the ministry, we provide a suite of 92 incentives through the Agricultural Incentive Program, Fisheries Incentive Program, Forestry Incentive Program, to support development at various sectors. For the period 2017 to 2024, a total of $146,462,751 were extended into support of this sector alone. Madam Speaker, in 2024, payments under these agricultural incentive programs amounted to $13,191,761.64, were made to 2,287 persons. Under the Fisheries Incentive Program, a total of $229,589.22 were distributed to 69 persons. In fiscal 2024, the Forestry Incentive Program had only one grant recipient who received a total of $2,500. So you see, Madam Speaker, our activities are focused on supporting the greatest asset, the farmers and the fisherfolk. Every grant, incentive, and service we offer is designed to empower tools and resources that we thrive. And we are confident that this will resound exponentially to the benefit of our country. Tax-free agriculture exemption. And I want to especially thank, on behalf of all the farmers, the fisher folk, this tax-free agriculture tax exemption. And I want to personally thank the Minister of Finance and the member for Diego Martin notice to thank you, sir, on behalf of all these fishermen and farmers, for this is a very important initiative. I also know that the member for La Haketa Talparo always speak about tax-free for farmers and the youth in agriculture. So finally it is coming to pass, and by the end of this year and early January, we will have tax-free in agriculture, and that needs, according to the Deputy Speaker, from member for Tonapuna, a little thump on the desk. Market and marketing. Madam Speaker, through the National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation, which is called NAMDEVCO, the Ministry is able to provide critical marketing services to its stakeholders along the food value chain, inclusive of marketing infrastructure, and to support productive and marketing strategies. At present, NAMDEVCO oversees 9 farmers' markets: Makoya, Kuva, Diego Martin, Shogunas, Point Fortin, Queen's Park Savannah, La Haketa, San Fernando, and Arima, with 4 wholesale markets: the Norris Denarine Wholesale Market in Makoya, the Southern Wholesale Market in DB, the Orange Valley Market, and we also have 3 packing houses, one in Piarco, one in Brecon Castle, and the other in Couva. In April of this year, the Arima Farmers Market was successfully relocated following the proactiveness of the ministry and, by extension, government, for all benefit to our farmers. As we continue along digitization, Madam Speaker, the online market has seen growth in the last year, and currently 127 buyers, 378 registered sellers. In the upcoming fiscal, NAMDEVCO has done remarkably well. And this is NAMDEVCO has been a real secret to a lot of people. By the time the market opens at 6 o'clock, by the time 7, half past 7, 8 o'clock, most of the times the market has been sold out. That tells the amount of people visit all these markets. And Madam Speaker, I mean, I was at local government most of my life. And when I went into the Ministry of Agriculture, I think it was a blessing that I went there. I began to value my body more and eat fruits and vegetables, because inside our body is not no PVC pipe and cast iron and so on. So we have to be careful of what we eat. We have to eat fruits, vegetables, and especially fresh fruits and vegetables, because everybody sitting in this house here, everybody who listening to me wants to live long. And the only way we can live long, if you follow the member for St. Joseph and myself, we will live long. Infrastructural development for agricultural sustainability. Madam Speaker, as we shift our focus to infrastructure development for the agricultural sustainability, we recognize that robust infrastructure is the backbone of resilient agriculture sector. This entails investment in irrigation system, rural roads, and market access, all aim at enhancing productivity, reducing post-harvest losses, and ensuring that our farmers thrive in an increasingly competitive landscape. By fostering sustainable infrastructure, we not only support our agricultural community, but our secure food security for generations and generations to come. Road and water management. In fiscal 2023 to 2024, approximately 22 access roads across the length and breadth of the agricultural communities were completed at a cost of over 19 million, and I say across Trinidad and Tobago. These roads include Silk Cotton Trace, Mendoza Trace, Matura Road, Upper Rio Grande, Montevideo Road, and I could go on, and on. Point, all over. Mendoza Trace, Edward Gibbons Trace, and so on. We did a lot of infrastructure work, and we intend to continue with this work with this present from the next fiscal year. A total of 36.2 kilometers of channels were completed in the last fiscal at a total cost of $1,006,270.36. These channels include Caroni, the Caroni Project, Bernard Road and Jerningham Project, the St. George East, La Compensation and Bonaire Food Crop Project, St. Andrew, St. David, Mora Allotment Food Crop Project, Victoria, Massey Lands Project and Moruga Food Crop Project, St. Patrick East, Oroput State Lands, Rahama Trace Puzzle Island, Nariva Mayaro Kush Food Crop Project, North Boundary Trace. Madam Speaker, the Silton Works in Plumiton was also undertaken during the last fiscal as we construct the Kaltu Trace following pleas from the farming community and the member for Kumuto Manzalena. As part of the ministry's water management projects, there are 3 critical projects that have commenced and will continue into the new fiscal, namely the replacement of the sluice gate at southwestern end of the Orange Grove project and supply and installation of the floodgate and trash rack phase 2, Depot Road and cleaning and desilting of the Chenchan Pond phase 1, supply and installation of new irrigation pump at low compensation. In fiscal 2025, the ministry will continue in its effort to rehabilitate and construct agricultural access roads for targeted community and strategic crops, as well as the silt water channels to allow for farmers ease to access both goods and services. Once we turn to the Fisheries Division. Under the Ministry Development Program, the enhancement of fishing infrastructure is targeted in 5 communities for fiscal 2025. Blanchisseuse, Bonasse, Calibe, La Fillette, and Las Cuevas. Approximately 314 registered fishermen derive their livelihood from these areas. Over the period 2019 to 2024, the expenditure on fishing facilities totaled $2,629,231. In fiscal 2023, a total of just over $1.2 million was expended on the upgrade of the fishing facilities in Erin and Maracas, where estimated 156 fisherfolk would have benefited from the improved facilities. In fiscal 2024 to 2025, under the development program, 2 fishing facilities have been prioritized, namely Blanchisseuse Fishing Facility and La Fillette Fishing Facility. It is estimated that 166 fisherfolk would benefit from these improved facilities. And, Madam Speaker, I would like to inform members here and who are listening, I just don't say these things happening and it will happen overnight. I go myself, because I'm a hands-on person, I'm on the ground person. I go to visit each community to ensure that they get what they want, and once we can help them, because they are feeding the nation. Whether it's in fishing or it's in planting, we go to No, I will be there. If I ain't come now, I will be there. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So let's contain the crosstalk. Minister, please don't be distracted. Direct your comments this way, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. The Palaseco Agricultural Enterprise Limited. Madam Speaker, for fiscal 2023 to 2024, the Palaseco Agricultural Enterprises Limited awarded 19 infrastructural projects in the sum of $40 million. $121,882.92, of which 4 were completed. 6 are close to completion, and the remaining are ongoing. This agency is crucial to infrastructure development across the agricultural communities. I will continue to engage with farmers across the nation. Madam Speaker, as I move on, I want to acknowledge that the agricultural sector is riddled with risks that can negatively affect production levels and to lead to significant losses. Farmers do not have the luxury of guaranteed levels of output. Therefore, the ministry recognizes the necessity to mitigate risks and buffer and farming community throughout the implementation of several core programs aimed at these potential losses. 1, Disaster Assistance Flood Control Program, Pest and Disease Management Program, Predator Larceny Squad, Forest Regeneration, Forest Protection, and Wildlife Management. Disaster Assistance and Flood Control Program. Madam Speaker, the ministry utilizes a disaster assistance model to assist farmers and fisherfolk to restart their lives in the shortest possible time after a natural disaster. Over the last 5 years, Trinidad and Tobago agricultural sector has been impacted by weather-related hazards such as strong winds, floods, and drought-like conditions, as well as geological and environmental hazards such as earthquakes, sea level rises, increased ocean, and storm surges. The average payment made under the Ministry Disaster Assistance Program for the period 2017 to 2024 was $45,590,197.97. In fiscal 2024, payments in compensation to 34 farmers was approximately $637,352.70. These reduction, Madam Speaker, is a direct result of the ministry's desilting program coupled with favorable conditions. Pests and diseases. The impact of pests and diseases on agricultural production continues to be a challenge for farmers. Integrated pests and diseases management interventions are critical in restricting the potential of spread of diseases, reducing losses by farmers. Our research divisions of the ministry has championed integrated pest management initiatives to address specifically the Moruga grasshopper, an economic pest that attack vegetables, food, and fruits. Madam Speaker, the following are some of the proactive measures that have been undertaken. 1, participating in meetings with the Inter-American Coordinating Group on Plant Health for guidance on the management, and discussions are ongoing with the Moruga Grasshopper Committee, as well as laboratory testing on the efficiency of pesticides. Efficiency trials of biopesticide against adult and first-stage Moruga grasshopper. The trial yield positive results of 100% mortality after the 8-day period under laboratory conditions and 5 days in the field. More work on the subject matter will continue in the new fiscal year. Coconuts. Coconuts, continued collaboration between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, CARDI, which led to the encouraging farmers' use of traps to reduce population numbers, surveillance of species, and the acquisition of the distribution of superior coconut varieties to deal with impending the threat of the red ring disease and red palm mite were implemented. Partnership with the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation on the ICA on the Agriculture and University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, to successfully train 20 staff members of the research division in diagnostic methods for plant diseases. Coffee. Madam Speaker, in fiscal 2025, the coffee revitalization project will commence at a cost of $3 million. The ministry will acquire 3 varieties, Arabica coffee varieties, to propagate and to distribute to 20 farmers to revitalize 20 acres of coffee. Madam Speaker, the giant African snail. Throughout our extension units in North and South, 100 visits were conducted to residential farmers, business, schools, old age homes, public spaces to monitor for incidents of this pest, as well as the dissemination of related material information. 1,355 monitoring visits and 68 awareness walks aimed at educating the public on this giant African snail. A multi-pronged approach has recommended and implemented, which allows for the ongoing monitoring and surveillance via reports received on spread, public awareness campaigns, community meetings, training, exhibitions, dissemination of information via emails and telephone calls, etc., and baiting placed on farms, open spaces where necessary. However, based on lessons learned, the physical removal of the giant African snail must be reinforced. Locust management. Egg bed team exercises continue in Dantrace, Tudds Road, and Palmas areas, as these are potential sites for the locust egg beds. Mobilization of teams to conduct spraying activities in 197 liters of pesticide being applied to over 126 hectares. There were 279 calls received from the public, with 459 surveillance visits conducted through the affected areas. Implementation of 57 locust public awareness programs throughout the regional administrative south. Madam Speaker, I turn to predial larceny. And this predial larceny is a very important part of the Ministry of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, predial larceny remains one of the major challenges for farmers across the country. In 2023, the Ministry embarked on a recruitment drive to increase the capacity of the predial larceny squad. I am pleased to inform this Honourable House that we have increased the complement from 34 officers in 2022 to 101 officers today. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in this fiscal, the predial larceny received 4 new vehicles, thereby increasing their current fleet to 6 operational vehicles. Madam Speaker, refurbishment works were also completed at the Southwestern Office, dormitory located at Captiville, and the Carsonfield Office, all in an effort to enable rapid response to incidents reported by farmers. Madam Speaker, I just want to inform the Honourable House that with the receiving the 4 new vehicles recently in the last couple of months, it was all over that one of these vehicles were driven by a predial larceny officer, and it was crashed and written off. I want to inform the House that we at the Ministry of Agriculture, especially the Legal Department, has taken a serious stand on this. When you drive a vehicle, you're supposed to take care of it. And since then, they have taken a decision to dismiss the predial larceny officer. An action has also been taken how monies could be recovered for this vehicle. Madam Speaker, during the period 2023 to 2024, the predial larceny conducted, and people like to say they don't do nothing, and they did this and that, but I know firsthand they conducted 2,338 patrols, 27,916 visits of farm, 2,863 farmer interactions, 156 market visits, 489 farmer visits, received 195 reports, detected 160 offenses, arrested 38 persons, of which 7 were imprisoned, and 24 convictions. The unit continues to conduct its routine operations of patrol, surveillance, and investigations. Madam Speaker, I would like to just say since I've been at the ministry, I wonder why people why they can't plant their own produce, why they can't grow mind their own animals, why you have to go and steal somebody's animal? I mean, we always find all the reasons to blame the predial larceny, but we should be targeting on the criminals out there who go in there and interfere. Imagine a man mine a car from small and the car get big, and he finding a way to put that calf in the back of a pickup and go and sell it. I mean, it's wrong. We can't do that. We're not supposed to do that. And while I am on that also, these animals that are coming in from Venezuela, we have to be very careful when you're buying these animals coming in on those boats, because you don't know what sickness and diseases these coming into the country. I have been down there. I'm not just talking over my head. I've been together with the member for Point Fortin down there. We're working with the Coast Guard and the predial larceny squad and the police. And they're going down there and they're buying these animals and selling them cheaper than the ones that the farmers and the livestock people taking the time and feeding them and bringing them for us to buy and eat healthy. In the upcoming year, fiscal 2025, the ministry remains committed to enhancing the operational effectiveness of the predial larceny squad under the development program, with a total allocation of $2.6 million. The funds will support critical initiatives and strengthen the squad capacity to protect our farmers and their livelihoods. Forest regeneration. Madam Speaker, the ministry continues to place focus on forest regeneration programs and provide services to the establishment of commercial timber plantations for the sawmill and woodworking sector. The production of 132,000 seedlings, monitoring of 117 sawmills, and 77 registered furniture shops through monthly and quarterly inspections and the annual licenses. Forest protection. In addition, protecting the state forests and wildlife resources and reducing losses due to forest fires, the ministry major activities were: 1, management and protection of 36 forest reserves and 11 wildlife sanctuaries, and conduct markings and improvements in 200 hectares of mixed natural forests, clearing 142 kilometers of external fire traces at a cost of $1 $100,153. Wildlife management. Over the last fiscal, the Forestry Division under the Wildlife Management engaged 5 communities to the co-management of nesting marine turtles, which facilitated the sale of 12,326 permits, generating $55,697 in revenue. Conducted wetland inventory studies to determine the status of wetlands systems and the Caroni Swamp. They complete the sale of 7,978 state game licenses to 5,237 hunters, generating an income of a revenue of $797 and 8 cents. Madam Speaker, over the last fiscal, Trinidad and Tobago made significant contribution to CARICOM's 25 by 25 initiative. We saw an increase in rice, coconut, cocoa, coffee, and livestock production as a result of formal agreements such as the Trinidad and Tobago Guyana Food Development Plan. Madam Speaker, I turn to rice. Madam Speaker, the rice continues to be an important sector. In fiscal 2023, a strategic decision was taken to revitalize and modernize the local rice industry so it can contribute towards increasing local food security and reduce the near 100% dependence on imports of this important staple food. A collaboration with the National Flour Mills for the first time provision of contracts to rice farmers and a payment of an additional incentive for grade 1 and grade 2 rice has contributed positively to the development of the rice industry. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, there were improved paddy yields due to the supply of 200,000 pounds of superior high-yield, disease-resistant rice seeds, which were distributed to farmers from Caroni, Felicity, El Carmen, Barapore, and Plumiton. This initiative renewed rice farmers' interest to increase their production and was a notable outcome of this country signing a memorandum of understanding with the Guyana Republic. Total production in 2022 was 183 tons, and the importation of rice has shown a decreasing trend over the period. An average of 800 metric tons of rice has been harvested at the average cost of $2,501,666. Madam Speaker, several activities aimed at supporting the revitalization and modernization of the rice industry.
Minister, you have 2 more minutes of original speaking time left. You're entitled to 10 additional minutes to wind up your presentation. Do you intend to avail yourself of the additional time? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my view, this is one of the biggest ministries in the government, and it's food, and we are doing a lot in the ministry. And who have eyes to see could see, and who have ears to hear will hear. I am focusing on the positives of the Ministry of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, cocoa. The Trinidad and Tobago cocoa sector is highlighted. And Madam Speaker, everything that I am saying here is facts, you know. This is factual. This comes from the records of the ministry. Cocoa is identified as a strategic crop in the Vision 2030 Country Development Document. Cocoa is cultivated in 6 agro-ecological zones There are approximately 800 active farmers on 400,000 hectares of land, producing an average of 500 to 600 meters per year. Approximately 20 to 30% of production is converted to value-added products by vertically integrated farms and 80 valued processors into the range of value-added products such as chocolates, which we have the best, spreads, that's like margarine, you spread these chocolates, drinks, baked goods, and produced products that can be found in many supermarkets, gourmet shops, and cafes. Current demand for cocoa beans is estimated at 100,000 to 1.5 per annum, and are projected to be 200 meters by 2029. It is projected that 50% of this can be exported and the remainder can be converted to value-added products. With the implementation of targeted interventions identified in the strategic plan for the Cocoa Development Company, this sector can now grow to over US $100 million in a 5-year period, 2024 to 2029. We are embarking on digitizing and adoption of technology. Madam Speaker, this government has initiative of digitizing and adopting of technology as a priority to improve the agricultural sector. The government in its National Development Strategy 2030 has made concrete commitments to build and innovate culture, to create a business of environment that is conducive to entrepreneurship and innovation. Madam Speaker, when I went to the ministry, there have been a lot of complaints saying that it is difficult to get a farmer's registration card. This has now changed, and once you have all the necessaries, it is very easy now to access a farmer's registration data card. It is digitized, and I want to thank the Minister of Digitization, Mr. Bacchus, for working with the ministry in a short space of time to ensure that when somebody comes to the ministry, they can get their farmer's badge. And this is why I want to also thank Minister Avinash Singh, who has worked tirelessly on this program to ensure that when people come to the ministry, they get good service at the ministry. And while I'm there, I made sure that, because this is a temporary office I hold, I could be here today and tomorrow, just like everybody else, right? Here today and tomorrow. Don't get too carried away. We will be here in the next term too, so don't get too carried away. Okay. We also have a lot going on in those areas. Because so much at the ministry. I have so much to talk about, but I will continue where I belong, in the other place. I want to, the Bee Abate program. And somebody was telling me like I have honey on me because they said that I was being followed for the last 3 days. That's something that would be sweet about me. So the Bee Abate program is focused on ensuring public safety, and you know, anybody who have problems concerning bees and so on, once you call the ministry, or you call me directly, because everybody has my number. The first person who put my number out in the public, well, he's not here anymore, was one Mr. Devant Maraj. And the number is out for the public. So they call me, they have any problem with bees, in whatever area it is, we will take care of it for you all. Right? I want to touch a couple of minutes on the EMBD, which is the Estate Management and Business Development Company. For fiscal 2023 to 2024, a total of 180 deeds were completed in-house at the EMBD as follows: 85 deeds of variations, 62 deeds of rectifications, 18 deeds of subleases, 12 outstanding, 6 subleases, 18 deeds of surrender, 7 deeds of release and waivers. Out of 180 deeds, 122 were registered at September 2024. I want to turn a little on livestock. There's so much on livestock. Madam Speaker, another notable example for interministerial collaboration advancing the agricultural agenda. We have done so much there, and in closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk. In closing, I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report on the remarkable success of the recently concluded T&T Agri Expo 2024, which exemplifies the significant strides we made in collaboration with key ministries and stakeholders. This event has become a cornerstone in our effort to elevate the agricultural sector and foster economic growth. And, Madam Speaker, I saw all walks of life of people. They're young, they're not so young, they're old, the people who want to become farmers, and a lot had to be, I had so much to be said. I even saw the member for Komuto Manzalina watching some sheep and goat and so on. And I don't know if you're going into farming next, but yes. But I know. Yeah, but was so much was going on. Madam Speaker, I just wanted, with the couple of minutes I have left, I want to acknowledge my colleague from La Hoqueta Talparo, who we have been working together for all these 2 years and something to ensure that 18 to 35, and we will take care of the over 35. So I want to continue to work with you. A lot has been done for the youth in agriculture and the young people in agriculture, because hydroponics is the way to go now, and the schools doing it, the churches doing it. Everybody is into agriculture now. And you know, I was saying is get something and grow. There's a calypso, but some calypso about something, but my thing is get something and grow, right? And grow what you eat and eat what you grow. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and thank the entire House here for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation, because we have done a lot in agriculture and we will continue, and we will report to the people. There's no secret what we're doing. We will continue to ensure that everybody, all farmers, fisher folk, livestock people, get the word at the Ministry of Agriculture. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Permanent Secretary and the staff for being, I give them a mandate. When anybody comes to the ministry, it doesn't matter who, treat them with dignity, because those are the people who are feeding this nation. But these viewers, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this 2025 financial year budget debate. Madam Speaker, I will not say too much on the contribution of my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, except to invite him to visit the Otahiti fishing facility at his convenience to address some of the pressing issues of the fishermen in that area.
You have a potential PNM candidate, he might bring himself down.
The other issues that were raised by the Honourable Minister will be addressed by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Kuva North. Madam Speaker, before I continue, I just want to reflect on and commend the response of the Leader of the Opposition last Friday to this budget debate. The member for Siparia's contribution was a clinical dissection of the budget presentation. It's poetic. And of course, the policies that she proposed represent very well the solutions that are required to take our country forward. Madam Speaker, I also want to, and of course it shows that the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Siparia, is well prepared, willing and able, I must say, to take over the reins of government as soon as that opportunity arises, Madam Speaker. Allow me also, Madam Speaker, to commend my colleagues on the side who have spoken and have made some very able contributions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to thank the great constituents of Faizabad. Constituents have been very patient over the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. They've extolled our national virtues in terms of patience and tolerance, in terms of what they've had to endure under this government, Madam Speaker. But I want to give them the assurance that as soon as the government changes under UNC government, that all of the issues will be fixed, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank them. I want to thank them for that and for giving me the opportunity to have served them and represent them for the last 9 years. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity before I go into the meat of my contribution to thank the staff at my constituency office, led by my very capable and able Office Manager, Mr. Dale Kewal, and the rest of the staff, Madam Speaker, and all of those who have supported me during the last 9 years in Faizabad, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, my plan in this time is just to respond to a few of the issues that the Minister of Health raised, to raise a few other issues in the health sector, and also to speak on some constituency matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for St. Joseph opened with an acronym used by my colleague for Ropuch West, and he attempted to account for the expenditure under the health sector. Madam Speaker, I will use a different acronym as my team today, and my acronym will be VFM, Value for Money. Yeah. Madam Speaker, during the Minister's contribution, trying to account for some $7.5 billion allocated this year, and also trying to account for the sum of $56.89 billion spent under his ministry in the last 9 years, did not use the term value for money even once in his contribution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ministers of finance, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the world, are always in a dilemma when it comes to expenditure in the health sector. Returns on investment in healthcare are sometimes difficult to calculate in monetary terms, Madam Speaker. But I assure you, Madam Speaker, that the benefits are measurable if you set targets and if you put in place certain performance indicators. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, this is what has been missing under the performance of this government in the health sector. Now, the Minister of Health spoke about people, process, and product. I like that term. I like those terms, Madam Speaker. And I will hinge on those terms with regards to my presentation as I go forward. I agree with this model, and I will elaborate on some of these. I also want to add 2 more Ps to the discussion, which will help to complete the picture, and those Ps are policy and plant. Madam Speaker, despite the tremendous expenditure in relation to the overall budget allocation under this government, there seems to be a disconnect between the vast sums of money spent annually and the quality and quantity of healthcare services delivered to citizens, Madam Speaker. And this is the product, I believe, that the Honourable Minister was speaking about when he used the term product. And we'll talk more about the product as I go forward. Madam Speaker, there are still many complaints from patients trying to access healthcare services. I will not burden the House with the sources of these, but on a daily basis, there's still complaints of long waiting times in the accident and emergency, long waiting for beds, long waiting times for clinic appointments, for elective surgeries, for investigations, x-rays, MRIs, CT scans, and so on, blood tests, and so on, Madam Speaker. And there's still complaints about drug shortages. And of course, there are issues and complaints about the care of babies and their mothers in our NICU and maternity units, a matter I'll come to later on in my contribution, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the big question is, are citizens getting value for money? Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance himself, in this House, in the budget, mid-year budget review on the 6th of June, when faced with a request by the Minister of Health for an allocation of an additional sum of $495,286,000 during the Standing Finance Committee stage. And I quote the words of the Minister of Finance here, Madam Speaker. And these are the Minister's words from the Hansard. Another $5 billion or so, it is proving quite difficult to finance the purchases of free pharmaceuticals, and to find that $500 million is going to prove to be difficult. So understand, I still quote, Madam Speaker, understand that we as a country spend huge amounts on healthcare. I agree, my words, and I continue with the Minister's words. And it's something we need to look at to make sure what we are getting, value for money and so on. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance himself perhaps is sending a message to his colleague in the Ministry of Health. Hey, listen, are we getting value for money for this vast sum of expenditure in the health sector, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, in relation to the financing of pharmaceuticals, before I leave that topic here, based on the figures provided to us, we see that the bill for pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals, including CDAP, is close to some $700 million annually, according to the Ministry of Health figures. Madam Speaker, at the Public Accounts Administration Committee meeting on the 15th of May this year in this very House, when NIPDEC and officials of the Ministry of Health participated in that inquiry, we learned that financing has been used to raise some of the $700 million during the past few years, Madam Speaker. And I make this point simply to state that when you look at the cost of financing, I'll just give an example for 3 loans, Madam Speaker. And these 3 loans amounted to $823,912,888. The interest on these loans, Madam Speaker, is amounting and will cost taxpayers another $130,362,545. I know borrowing is sometimes important, Madam Speaker, but I make the point just to say that it means that when the government borrows to fund this key item, it means that the actual cost of drugs and supplies to the taxpayer is higher. And therefore, it is more reason to ensure value for money and accountability, Madam Speaker. So I ask, Madam Speaker, what is the issue? Is it a process issue? Is it an issue of process in the terms of the running of the health sector? Is it an issue with what we call the supply chain disconnect? You know, Madam Speaker, and I want to give the assurance to the population that, you know, under a UNC government, we will fix these issues, Madam Speaker. There will be, you know, Madam Speaker, there will be no more issues of stock out when you get a prescription. You know, there will be no more surgeries being postponed because hospitals and doctors do not have this and they do not have that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to move on in terms of the people. So we spoke a bit about the process, and I'll come back to other issues with process. Well, let's go to the people. The other factor that is important in the equation, and this equation of the delivery of healthcare. So, according to the Honourable Minister, the Ministry of Health, 67.1% of the annual budget allocation health goes to the 4 regional health authorities in Trinidad. This amounts to some $4.2 billion, and of this amount, $3.7 billion is spent on salaries and wages. So it's spent on people, Madam Speaker, and we are grateful for that. You know, we have some 21,000 workers in the healthcare sector amongst the RHAs, and you know they need to be well compensated. It is a fact that, you know, people are the backbone of healthcare delivery and so on. So I will come back and deal with some of the people issues in the health sector. But before I speak about that, Madam Speaker, allow me to just go back to the plant issues, because I think it's important to put in perspective that as far as the plant, and when I say plant, I mean plant and infrastructure, it means hospitals and health centers. You know, a very good platform was laid by the UNC, the People's Partnership Government, in 2010 to 2015, Madam Speaker. It will be remiss of me not to mention the completion of the Scarborough Hospital, the San Fernando Teaching Hospital in 2014, adding an additional 230 beds to the healthcare sector, the Couva Children's Hospital, another 230 beds, and of course we are well aware that the sub-turning for the Point Fortin and Arima hospitals were done under the partnership. And the member for Point Fortin will be very aware that there was a completely refurbished health center in Point Fortin, and the member for La Brea would be very familiar with the new health center in Palo Seco. In addition, of course, Madam Speaker, we refurbished and repaired over some 40 health centers. So there is enough plant and infrastructure in the health sector, Madam. There's no shortage of that. There are more structures coming on board and so on. But the issue now would be to provide people to run these plants and provide health care. And more than people, Madam Speaker, the issue would be to look at the processes of how we deliver health care and how that can be changed. So who are the people in the health sector, Madam Speaker? So at the RHA level, we speak to the boards and the senior management. Those are very important people, Madam Speaker, very, very important. These are the people who are responsible for delivering the healthcare product according to the policy which is formulated by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Health and the government. This requires responsible, competent, and innovative people, Madam Speaker. You need to have people in those positions, who can be innovative, who can, think outside the box and find solutions, because healthcare, sometimes situations can arise where there's no learning, there's no precedent. It requires people with a patient agenda, Madam Speaker, not a political agenda. Madam Speaker, it requires people who will put patients first, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it requires people who will put back the care in health care, Madam Speaker. And this is what this country is lacking, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I dare say that this minister continues to put square pegs in round holes at the board level. And as a result, several CEOs and certain managers do what they want, Madam Speaker. There's a lack of accountability in the running of some of these RHAs. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to give an example. Let's look, for example, at how staff is recruited at the SWRHA, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week, in one of the newspapers, there are two ads. Both are ads for vacancies in the Southwest Regional Health Authority. And there are two sets of vacancies. So one speaks to photographer, communication assistant, nutrition and dietetic attendant. But the point I'm making here, Madam Speaker, is that the applications for these ads have to be sent to the Human Resources Department, Southwest Regional Health Authority, Level 2. I'm very familiar with that. I was the chairman there, and this is the correct procedure, Madam Speaker. There's nothing wrong with that. That is where applications for employment are supposed to go. But, Madam Speaker, an ad on the other page of this newspaper on the same day, that is trying to recruit a manager in corporate communications, a nurse manager in secondary services, security services manager. And the applications, you are invited to send your application to the office of the chairman of the Human Resources Committee at the Southwest Regional Health Authority. Now, Madam Speaker, the Human Resources Committee, the Human Resources Committee is a board committee, Madam Speaker. The chairman of that committee, if I am not mistaken, unless things have changed, is a board member. So I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, why it is that these applications have to go to that particular office first. Isn't it correct and the appropriate thing that the application should be processed, at the level of the Human Resource Department? But I leave that there, Madam Speaker, and I moved on. So, Madam Speaker, what is happening, at the SWRH? What is happening with the process? How is it working? Madam Speaker, I am told that there was a power outage in the laboratory at the San Fernando General Hospital last night, Madam Speaker. And the auxiliary generator did not activate. What? Do you know what happened, Madam Speaker? As a result, blood products have been compromised, and no blood products can be provided for elective cases at this time. Oh, no. Madam Speaker, blood is currently being sourced nationally for emergencies only, Madam Speaker. And I raise this because the issue of generators at the San Fernando Hospital has been raised before.
And Mount Hope.
In Mount Hope. But before I go there, Madam Speaker, when this happens, it means when you prepare yourself and you take the time off and you go to the hospital, for an elective procedure, there's a lot. You've waited already. You've made the sacrifice and so on, only to be told that your surgery was postponed, Madam Speaker. It's heartbreaking. I have one constituent, Madam Speaker, who visits my office every day I'm in office, Madam Speaker. And the problem is that she's been trying to get a cataract surgery done for the last 3 years, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, she gets this excuse and that excuse, Madam Speaker. There's something wrong with the process, Madam Speaker. There's something wrong with the process. So, Madam Speaker, this is just one of the issues. There are other issues, of course, at the SWRHA. We have the lack of ambulances. You have a lot of them being non-functional because of the breakdown and so on. And this is an issue when you have to transfer critically ill patients from the Sipare District Health Facility and indeed from the Point Fortin Hospital to the San Fernando General Hospital, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I will leave that matter there and move on, Madam Speaker. And, it's no better at the other RHAs, Madam Speaker. So, for example, let's just look at what is happening at the NCRHA with regards to process. Madam Speaker, quite often on a regular basis, we see full-page ads being taken out in the newspapers, telling about the work of the NCRHA, work that is part of their remit, Madam Speaker, work that doesn't need to be advertised. This is what they're receiving the allocations for. So we see full-page ads, but these full-page ads are taking precedence over repairing the leaking ceiling of the dining room at the Mount Hope Women's Hospital, Madam Speaker. It is taking precedence over the fixing of the electrical system at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, Madam Speaker. And also, the expenditure there could have been put to better use in terms of providing full operating lists for the surgeons at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. Madam Speaker, I want to invite the Minister of Health, to check with the general surgical listing at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex and find out if it is true that general surgeons are allowed to operate only once per month, Madam Speaker. That is perhaps the reason why the waiting list for surgeries are so long, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a patient who has to have something called a reversal of a colostomy. A colostomy, Madam Speaker, is when you have a surgery, and at that time, the surgeons cannot connect back your bowel. They take out a piece of your bowel. You're left with a bag. It's called a stoma. So you walk around with this bag, Madam Speaker, and you become very anxious. It creates a lot of psychological issues because you're walking with a bag that is draining, feces, and you have to be very cautious. Your whole life is limited. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when the time comes to reverse that colostomy, that's the name of the procedure. When that time comes, you await very anxiously, Madam Speaker, the date for that surgery. And if it is that you're told that it's going to take, 2 years or 3 years, when that should be done in 6 months, then, Madam Speaker, it creates a lot of distress for patients. And this is the point I'm making, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I move on there. We spoke about the people. We spoke about the people who are the helm, the managers and the board members and so on. But there's also the issue with the doctors, Madam Speaker. They're also people within the health sector that we talk about. And I have to go back to this, Madam Speaker. I have to ask how many of these young doctors are waiting on the house officer positions. Just a few weeks ago, we would have had so many new interns graduate, Madam Speaker, and they joined the line now. But more than that, Madam Speaker, what is the process for appointing house officers? I am told that it is being done in a way that if you know someone there, you get house officer position. I invite the Minister of Health to look into this, Madam Speaker. It seems to be happening at some of the RHAs. People are jumping the queues and so on. Is there a process? I invite the Minister to state whether there is a process for doing this thing in a fair and transparent manner, Madam Speaker.
There's integrity in the process.
Yes, of course. And Madam Speaker, I also invite the government. So many unemployed doctors, young doctors, have any opportunities been explored, within CARICOM, Madam Speaker, to find work for these doctors? Is that something that has been explored? Madam Speaker, have any opportunities been explored in nearby Guyana? I had the privilege to visit Guyana just a few months ago, and wearing the other hat I wear as a medical practitioner to attend a conference. And there are 9 new hospitals being built in Guyana, Madam Speaker, and they will require a lot of doctors, Madam Speaker. So I am sure that the government is aware of that, and I'm just asking whether any any attempt is being made to explore those opportunities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is another issue with regards to doctors who work at the regional health authorities. And this is the issue of appointing consultants or specialist medical officers. And I am told, Madam Speaker, that the criteria for appointing these senior doctors, because the buck stops with these doctors, Madam Speaker. They are the ones who have the highest level of knowledge and skills and so on. At the end of the day, they're responsible for you, for your life, literally speaking, Madam Speaker, when you go there as a patient. And I'm told that the criteria may be different among some of the different RHAs. Again, I want to invite the Minister of Health to look at this and see whether it's a matter of expediency or for other reasons. I don't want to go into that, Madam Speaker, for other reasons that you have appointments taking place where you may not have the same quality in terms of the specialists at the different RHAs, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, we will fix that. We'll fix that. I think it's important, the time has reached, Madam Speaker, in terms of all of this healthcare expenditure, to have something called a central recruitment agency. When I worked in the UK, Madam Speaker, all doctors at a certain level were recruited at a central agency in a fair, transparent manner and so on. And then the state, in this case the government, would use the list to allocate doctors amongst the different RHAs according to the needs, Madam Speaker. So you don't end up with a situation where you have, a large number of doctors at one institution where less work has been done. So there is a mismatch. In other words, you have a longer waiting time in one RHA as opposed to the other. That needs to be fixed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll move on quickly to the issue of nurses. Again, the nurses seem to be receiving a raw deal under this government, Madam Speaker. Last year, if I may refer to an article here, on the 5th of August, with a call for increased patient-to-staff ratio, salary increases, and so on. 1 year after, Madam Speaker, I doubt that anything has improved in terms of the working conditions for nurses, Madam Speaker. Again, we talk about the people, we talk about people in the health sector, but are we really treating, is this government really treating, with these issues? And I'll just raise one issue that the head of the Trinidad and Tobago Nurses Association raised, and he said that part of the shortage of nurses was that the RHAs would take them off the ward to staff the authorities' ambulances. This is a fall along in the process, Madam Speaker. You can't take highly trained individuals, nurses with qualifications and skill, and put them, and put them in ambulances and so on, because you perhaps don't have enough emergency medical personnel. This is the president of the TTNA is saying this, Madam Speaker. So, and of course, when they leave the ward, you have understaffing on the ward, and then you wonder why things happen on the ward, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a lack of vision, a lack of leadership at the highest level of the Ministry of Health and perhaps this government. And, citizens are not getting value for money, Madam Speaker. If I am to answer the question that I asked myself at the beginning of this contribution. So, Madam Speaker, the RHA Act is now some 30 years old and remains a good model, Madam Speaker. But perhaps the time has come to review and tweak how the RHAs are run. And, Madam Speaker, I dare say that the UNC government will undertake such a review to ensure, without the loss of any jobs, Madam Speaker, because people will jump up and say you're going to fire people. That's not the idea. The idea is to review to ensure that citizens once again receive value for money from the RHAs. There needs to be some sort of tweaking in terms of how the models are run, Madam Speaker. But before I leave the issue of people, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank all the healthcare workers in this country who go beyond the call of duty in the most difficult circumstances under this government to deliver healthcare on a daily basis to suffering citizens. We ask them to remain strong, Madam Speaker. Their own suffering will come to an end when those opposite exit the corridors of power and return to where they belong on this side, Madam Speaker. Moving on, Madam Speaker, I want to turn to some other matters that the Minister raised in his contribution, and that is to speak briefly on the issue of CDAP. At a recent PAC meeting that I alluded to earlier in my contribution, Madam Speaker, the NIPDEC officials indicated that some 186,000 patients are registered for CDAP, with some 49 drugs in the formulary. The minister indicated that we had something against CDAP. Madam Speaker, I want to give the population the assurance that we on this side have absolutely nothing against the CDAP program, Madam Speaker. In fact, we believe, I want to make it clear, we believe that it is an important mechanism in the fight against our biggest enemy in this country, after the crime that is, Madam Speaker, and that is our NCD burden. We believe that, and we agree with that. All we want to do, Madam Speaker, with regards to CDAP is we want to ensure that the most efficacious drugs are available to patients as determined by the medical experts, Madam Speaker, and not the politicians. So, Madam Speaker, we will ensure that CDAP remains available to those citizens who need it and with the most appropriate drugs for their conditions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on quickly now to some other matters in the health sector, some of which come directly under the purview of the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker. So there's something called the vertical services, which come directly under the purview of the Ministry of Health and the Minister of Health. These are services that are provided aside and apart from those provided by the RHA. And Madam Speaker, one of these services, vertical services, has to do with insect vector control, Madam Speaker. Minister of Health in his entire contribution managed to avoid any reference to dengue cases, Madam Speaker, or the insect vector control division, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask, whether the insect vector control division is the abandoned child of the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker. There have been many shortcomings of this department which have been highlighted in light of the current dengue outbreak. And at one point, of course, we had the usual blame game, which was being played as to who was responsible for what, Madam Speaker, who had to spray this, spray that, spray the other. And of course, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Sipare Borough Corporation, the Pinal Labour Borough Corporation, and all the other UNC-led corporations for their leadership in taking the initiative in this fight against dengue, Madam Speaker. There are currently still many problems, I'm informed, with regards to the shortage of chemicals and the shortage of safety gear for workers and so on. But, Madam Speaker, before I leave the issue, the insect vector control division, Madam Speaker, I'm informed, and I hope I'm really wrong on this, that if you're looking for a good second-hand vehicle, Madam Speaker, in good condition for a good price, the place to go is the insect vector control division, Madam Speaker. Madam, I am told that you can get a good vehicle for $2,000. It just requires a small, a little change of part here and there, Madam Speaker. How can you acquire it, Madam Speaker, Minister of Finance? How can you acquire it? You can acquire it because apparently these vehicles are auctioned, and friends and financiers and those in the know are invited to bid for these vehicles, Madam Speaker. I leave that there, Madam Speaker. And of course, Madam Speaker, with the allocation, the budget allocation for the insect vector control division, I want to ask the Minister of Health whether the Gillingham Junction office, which is the main office of the insect vector control division, which currently has no air condition, and therefore the staff report there at 8 o'clock and they leave at 8:15, Madam Speaker, because they cannot work, whether the $2 million allocation to the insect vector control division will fix that problem, Madam Speaker, and I leave that right there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to something that is very dear to me, not only as a member of Parliament, but also as a medical practitioner of some 40 years in obstetrician gynecologist. And I want to speak briefly, Madam Speaker, with regards to the disaster that occurred at the neonatal intensive care unit of the Port of Spain Hospital in April. This week made 6 months, Madam Speaker, since that tragedy occurred, of 9 babies being lost in a matter of 4 days, Madam Speaker. And there was a reflection in the newspaper, Madam Speaker, where one of the mothers was wondering aloud whether the headline is whether we have been forgotten, Madam Speaker. Very interesting, Madam Speaker. In my preparation for this budget contribution, I took the opportunity to go through the budget statement of this government since 2016, Madam Speaker. And in every single budget statement, Madam Speaker, I don't have the time to read into it, but I have it here, Madam Speaker. In every single statement, Madam Speaker, this government has alluded, to having achieved both the global and regional 2030 targets for maternal, child health, and neonatal mortality. Madam Speaker, I am very happy for this. This means that the country is doing well. The country the country has built on the platform again that was left to them, Madam Speaker, by the People's Partnership government. And this is good. This is good for the country, Madam Speaker. But I only raise this in light of whether these gains have now been reversed in a serious way, Madam Speaker, and what has caused these gains to be reversed. You know, I want to take the opportunity again, Madam Speaker. This issue of neonatal mortality and maternal mortality always becomes an issue in this Parliament, Madam Speaker. But let me set the record straight, you know. Let's talk about neonatal mortality. And the rate is per deaths per 1,000 live births, Madam Speaker. In 2000, we were in a bad place. It was 17.6. In 2022, it has come down to 9.7. I don't know what the figure is going to be in 2024, Madam Speaker. Obviously, those figures are going to be different. But, you know, these things didn't come overnight, Madam Speaker. In 2010, when the partnership entered government, we met a rate of 14.2. In 2011, it was reduced to 13.8. In 2012, came down to 13.4. 2013, it was 12.9. 2014, 12.5. And 2015, when the partnership demitted office, under the member for Sipare, the rate was 12.2. So there has been a decrease. There's been a steady decrease in the neonatal mortality rates, Madam Speaker. Now, what about, so, you know, the whole issue, the whole tragic issue is what has happened at the, you know, at the NICU at the Port of Spain General Hospital. And I raise this, Madam Speaker, simply in light of, you know, the PAHO report. And at first, you know, when the report came out, there were many questions. The Minister of Health indicated that he had to make certain inquiries to PAHO, Madam Speaker. I want to advise the Minister of Health that the inquiries to be made, Madam Speaker, but it really should not be to PAHO. It should be to those who were charged with the responsibility for resourcing and managing the NICU unit at the Port of Spain General Hospital. And I trust, Madam Speaker, that as we speak 6 months later, and perhaps 3 months after the release of that report in June, that many of those recommendations, if not all, have been implemented, Madam Speaker, with the allocation to the health sector. And I see the Minister of Finance is hoping for the same, Madam Speaker. And I say this, you know, I say this in light, in the Minister's contribution, you know, he said that he's taking personal responsibility for the children of this nation. But I also want to remind him, Madam Speaker, and I want to quote his words on the 26th of January, 2024, when he said, "Our greatest asset is our children." I quote, Madam Speaker, from the Hansard record. He said, "Under my tenure as Minister of Health, maternal mortality rates and infant mortality rates have dropped." And this was before the Directorate of Women's Health was appointed in 2017. "I took personal responsibility to save our women who were dying at the rate of 1 a month. I took personal responsibility to save our children in our hospitals, and because of my direct intervention," and so on and so on. So I invite the Minister to continue to take personal responsibility to make sure he fixes this matter, Madam Speaker, before he demits office, which should be not in the near distant future. Madam Speaker, I also want to raise one more question. I will move on from the issue of babies who have died to the issue of maternal mortality, Madam Speaker. And very disturbing information has come to my attention, Madam Speaker. And I really trust and hope that I am wrong about this. The death of a mother, pregnant mother, a mother in childbirth, is a very stressful thing for the family, Madam Speaker, for both, you know, the loved ones and for the doctors who will provide care. And I want to empathize, if this is true, I want to empathize with the families, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask, you know, whether it is true that over the course of this year, and again, I trust that the Minister, you know, will say that this is not true, that there have been the deaths of some 5 mothers in childbirth or related to childbirth at the Mount Hope Maternity Hospital, Madam Speaker. It is very shocking news. This apparently has occurred during the course of this year. And I want to ask, Madam Speaker, if this is true, whether any investigation has been done, Madam Speaker. And we spoke about the vertical services of the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker. And one of those vertical services is a department called the Directorate of Women's Health. It was created by, you know, through a report here. I don't want to waive this, I don't want to display this, Madam Speaker, but the national population now would be very familiar, you know, with the report of the Maternity Services Review Committee, which was commissioned in pursuit of certain goals that the partnership government was fulfilling in terms of the MDG goals for maternal mortality and so on, which would have been, the target would have been 2015. And the Directorate of Women's Health would have been one of the recommendations, which the government took and ran with, and I mean, that's fine. But the question I ask is that, what is the extent of involvement of the Director of Women's Health in this issue, Madam Speaker? I raise this point simply because I want to say that in other countries, in the United Kingdom, for example, where I worked for several years, when you have a maternal death, it's a big thing. It's a big thing for the family and so on. But it's not a political issue, Madam Speaker. It is an issue, Madam Speaker, member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. It's an issue that, if it is handled properly, can create knowledge, information, and learning, Madam Speaker, for others in the profession. And the benefit of that, Madam Speaker, is that at the end of the day, the patients and mothers and so on have a better chance. Nobody is perfect, Madam Speaker. So the learning is shared, and one of the recommendations that was made, Madam Speaker, in this report, and which has not been implemented, is the issue of creating, a confidential inquiry. So it's not meant to point fingers, Madam Speaker. It's really meant to create a situation where you can have a national audit, which results in a national committee for confidential inquiries into maternal mortality. And I invite the Minister of Health, who has this report on his desk, and with the assistance of the Director of Women's Health, to look at forming this National Committee for Confidential Inquiry into Maternal Mortality, so that whatever happened in these deaths and whatever may happen in the future, that learning could be shared, Madam Speaker. And before I leave this issue, Madam Speaker, I want to give the basis for one of the policy points raised by the Honourable Member for Superior in the health sector, and that was the creation of a no-fault compensation scheme, Madam Speaker. In many circumstances, regardless of the best effort of healthcare workers and so on, patients will die, they will suffer injury, they will suffer less than optimal outcomes. And in that case, sometimes they have to go through the court system. With the greatest respect to my colleagues here, Madam Speaker, and yourself, with the greatest respect, sometimes the outcome doesn't match, the compensation doesn't match, the injury, both mental and physical, that they would have suffered. And therefore, the issue of a no-fault compensation is well known in other countries, Madam Speaker. And the benefit of that, of course, is that it allows doctors to practice less defensive medicine, and it creates an overall benefit for the country, Madam Speaker. So I just want to throw that on the table, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of NCDs, non-communicable diseases, has been well ventilated by colleagues who spoke on the health sector. I will not repeat too much of what have been said, but there are a few issues that I wanted to raise, and of course, the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation did indicate that there's a tremendous burden in terms of heart disease, diabetes, cancer, cerebrovascular disease. 70% of these deaths occurred before the age of 70. It's a very alarming statistic, Madam Speaker. And a PAHO WHO strategy report 2017 to 2021 stated that the economic burden from diabetes, hypertension, and cancer to Trinidad and Tobago is about $8.7 billion annually. So this is the economic burden, Madam Speaker. It's not the cost directly to the health sector. So it's a big burden in truth, indeed. It's approximately 5% of our GDP. So, Madam Speaker, there are two issues that when one speaks of the NCDs, and one is the prevention, and the other, of course, would be the treatment of the NCDs, Madam Speaker, because we have to fight, the fire while trying to prevent at the same time. And I just want to reflect on the WHO SDG target 3.4, which speaks to non-communicable diseases and mental health. And the target, of course, is to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from NCDs through prevention and treatment, and promote mental health and well-being. I want to take the opportunity today, Madam Speaker, to note that today is World Mental Health Day, And of course, I encourage all members on this side and the other side, to look at what we can do to strengthen and to take measures, Madam Speaker, to deal, to look at how we can improve our mental health. It's a big issue in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. It's the elephant in the room. It's something that is underdiagnosed. We don't have the figures on the extent of mental disease within the population, Madam Speaker. And in the budget, it was noted, Madam Speaker, that Trinidad and Tobago, one of those documents that we have before us, that Trinidad and Tobago has the third highest prevalence rate of mental illness: schizophrenia, mood disorders, behavioral disorders, substance abuse, and suicide, Madam Speaker, being the leading causes. And of course, teenage mental health should be made a top national priority, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just want to leave that here by asking, what is the status of the mental health policy 2019 to 2029? We are now in 2024, Madam Speaker, and this policy is yet to be finalized, amongst several other policies that have been promised by this government. One of the interesting interventions I see being promoted, Madam Speaker, is the issue of a call center where those who have NCDs can call in now. Madam Speaker, I want to endorse the call center. I have a few questions, and I want to endorse the call center, Madam Speaker, but only to say regrettably that this suggestion from this side, Madam Speaker, it took 6 years to implement this suggestion, Madam Speaker. If you will permit me to read from the Hansard of 5th October 2018, it sounds like budget time. This would have been a budget contribution, And this is a member of Parliament, myself, making this suggestion, Madam Speaker. Again, one of the initiatives that I think could make a big impact would be to find a way for the state to get a scale of blood pressure machine and a glucometer in every home. I know it sounds like a tremendous amount of expenditure. And now, with WhatsApp, you can have those numbers, talking about your BP numbers and your sugar numbers and so on. You can have those numbers sent into a central center, which is your call center here, Madam Speaker, where they can be manned by your doctors and nurses who can give advice and deal with the issues. So, Madam Speaker, this suggestion has been in the public domain for the last 6 years, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Joseph for making that step. I think it would be beneficial in some way, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time left. You have 10 additional minutes available to you to wind up. If you wish, okay, you may proceed.
Yeah. Make sure your mental health.
So, Madam Speaker, I will move on, Madam Speaker. So, just before I leave NCD clinics, NCD, Madam Speaker, I just want to put in a plug for those overworked doctors in the community clinics, in the primary care clinics, these are overstaffed, especially when we have so many doctors looking for employment. So there are too few doctors to see the patients. The doctors have essentially become prescription writers, and because of that, patients sometimes don't get the ideal treatment in these clinics, and that adds to the burden of the diabetic and heart and kidney disease, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to move on again. There's a lot said in the budget statement about eye disease, heart disease, and kidney disease. But I just want to endorse one of the policy points that was made by the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, in terms of creating and providing a stroke rehabilitation center, Madam Speaker. It is an important intervention. Hypertension is a big issue. And it is sometimes, undiagnosed, Madam Speaker. And as a result, patients can suffer stroke and so on, Madam Speaker. And therefore, you need a dedicated center where these patients can undergo rehabilitation. The facilities available in the public sector at the moment are less than ideal, Madam Speaker. And I want to throw out another suggestion, Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Health. In terms of the detection of hypertension, having a call center is fine, but that depends on people having their own machines and so on. Madam Speaker, there's a report which I came across in one of the documents here that was given to us, which speaks to 0.6% of the population, 10,000 people in 2021 were found to be dimensionally poor, Madam Speaker. So that amounts to about 10,000 people. And my suggestion, Madam Speaker, is that even if these people want to call the call center, they will not have the blood pressure machine to check their numbers. And therefore, I want to suggest to this government, Madam Speaker, that identify these 10,000 impoverished citizens. You will know them because they already access services from the state. And, give them a blood pressure monitor, Madam Speaker, but tie it in to the fact that they will call in their numbers on a regular basis to this new call center if we establish. It will cost you about $5 million, Madam Speaker. But I give you the assurance, and I give the country the assurance that the country will save much more in the long term, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I move on quickly, I just want to make a plug again for the cardiac cath lab at the San Fernando Hospital. I don't hold my breath that this will be built during this financial year, Madam Speaker. This has been promised since 2016, and we want to give the population the assurance that it will be built under the next government, which will be a UNC government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what passes for treatment in the public health sector when a patient suffers from chest pain is nothing short of a travesty, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, that is something that, I want to give the population the assurance. Madam Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to deal with the issue of COVID and try to put this once and for all, put it to rest once and for all, Madam Speaker. And let me make it very clear that under this government, Madam Speaker, over 4,500 citizens died, Madam Speaker. That's a fact, Madam Speaker. It's also a fact, Madam Speaker, that the Simongal report showed without a doubt that the Minister of Health and this government management of COVID was an utter disaster. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, they were completely unprepared for this epidemic. Madam Speaker, they failed to educate the population, and they created something called vaccine hesitancy, Madam Speaker. It's as if they keep talking about the vaccines and so on, but the lack of education, Madam Speaker, 6 months before the vaccines became available, there was in the public domain a report which the Minister of Health was privy to, and I myself was there at the meeting, which suggested that only 21% of people in this country would take the vaccines, Madam Speaker. So they were slow as well in terms of procuring the vaccines. And, Madam Speaker, they keep bashing the leader of the opposition, the member for Superior, in terms of certain pronouncements and so on. But it is a fact, Madam Speaker, that some of the vaccines used in Trinidad and Tobago were associated with complications, Madam Speaker. All we are asking, Madam Speaker, what should have been done is for patients to make an informed decision in terms of being aware of what complications were available, Madam Speaker. So I leave that there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I move on to my constituency for my remaining few minutes, Madam Speaker, I just want to touch on the issue of cybersecurity. The Minister of Health indicated that the electronic medical records are important. I think that's very important because one of the biggest constraints in the efficient running of healthcare services is the availability of medical records. Many times patients have their appointments postponed. After they wait 6 months, they go to the clinic and the doctor can't see them because simply their records cannot be found. I think the time has come for that to be a thing of the past, but also that we must take and put in place, I agree, but that we must have proper cybersecurity legislation that is to accompany any attempt to implement electronic medical records and patient information sharing on online platforms. So that's the issue of cybersecurity. There's also the issue of bullying, which has come to the domain. I just raised that quickly, Madam Speaker, because on a daily basis now we're seeing the issues coming out in terms of school children. There's an issue in my own constituency, which I trust the Minister of Education is dealing with. There's pronouncements in the newspaper today. But I just want to make the point again that even though we have the issue of physical bullying, we also have the issue of cyberbullying, Madam Speaker, and this can be very troubling for children and even for adults, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am aware of this, Madam Speaker, because recently my wife and I were victims of this. I was shocked, Madam Speaker, that people can, bully you in this kind of way, and in terms of being able to hide behind a fake profile and so on. But I leave that there, Madam Speaker. My point, Madam Speaker, is not to, in any way suggesting that freedom of speech should be interfered with, but just to make sure that that the cybercrime unit has the appropriate teeth and so on to deal with these matters. Madam Speaker, I'll now move on to the constituency of Faizabad. And the great constituency of Faizabad, Madam Speaker, and and there is there are two issues. There are two issues. There are many issues in Faizabad, Madam Speaker, but there are two I will raise. And those two issues, Madam Speaker, demonstrate how this government treats with some citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And the first issue, Madam Speaker, is one that has already occurred despite several warnings to the relevant authorities. And today, the 10th of October, as I speak in this House, Madam Speaker, it is exactly 3 months. The 10th of July was when a bridge in St. John's Trace, Avocat, in my constituency, collapsed, Madam Speaker. You know, the warning signs were there for all to see, you know. The Honourable Minister for Works and Transport actually walked on that bridge himself a few years ago with me, Madam Speaker, and saw what was going to happen. We predicted this was going to happen, Madam Speaker, it's collapsed. But more than that, Madam Speaker, 3 months after, the residents, all 40 residents, are still using a boat, Madam Speaker, to cross. Some of them have had to abandon their residences, Madam Speaker. Yeah, they've had to rent places, Madam Speaker. They can't use their vehicles. Vehicles remain abandoned. And despite my best efforts to the ministers, you know, responsible, Madam Speaker, my good friend from San Fernando West, Minister of Works and Transport as well, they have not seen it fit, Madam Speaker, to visit those residents. They're all tax-paying citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. I checked for myself. And the other thing I want to bring to the attention of the government, Madam Speaker, and to my friend from San Fernando West, is the issue of, on the Mosquito Creek, the cremation site, which houses hundreds of persons on a daily basis as they go to, you know, pay the last rites to their loved ones, Madam Speaker. And this is the issue, Madam Speaker, of a gazebo which will very soon collapse into the shore of the Gulf of Paria, Madam Speaker. And I trust and hope that this site will not suffer the same fate as the bridge in St. John's Trace, Avocat, Madam Speaker. There are many, many other issues within the constituency of Faizabad, which I will raise in different times and in different places, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity to raise, yeah, and I hear my friend playing the blame game. I'll not be distracted, Madam Speaker. The politics of deflection is taking place here. Blame somebody else. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to make this contribution. I thank you.
Prime Minister.
Hay cosita linda. Mira, no chala, casa alta. Estoy muy cansado.
What language is that, Prime Minister? Language is it? Spanish?
Madam Speaker, I'm just practicing my Spanish in case I have to respond to the responder. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for acknowledging me and permitting me to enter this debate on the 5th day in 2024. I want, Madam Speaker, to begin by thanking the leader of the government's effort through the Ministry of Finance for the job that he and his team would have done for the people of Trinidad and Tobago over the last 9 years. Because, Madam Speaker, it is not easy to be responsible for grappling with the challenges of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to have done so successfully is worthy of commendation. But, Madam Speaker, before I go into the substance of the debate, I want to just crave your indulgence, coming so late in the debate and representing the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and as a parliamentarian of long standing in this House, to reflect on how we have changed and not for the better. Madam Speaker, as I listen to the commentary coming from some quarters in the country, especially from some of my parliamentary colleagues, especially the leadership, I find it worrisome that we have become so hateful, and that dishonesty, untruth, and hate have become the currency of some people's operation. To the point where, Madam Speaker, to use the word colleague is difficult with some of these people. And for me, it's hard because I can reflect on when it was a different time, but with the same responsibilities. The responsibility of offering oneself to serve in the country, accepting that responsibility when it's given to you, and proceeding to say, yes, we are on different sides of the political divide, but we are in fact citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and our effort is singular in purpose. We should want the best for the country at all times. Madam Speaker, I don't see that. What I see is an attempt to get the population to respond to alternative truths. These are not original phrases of mine, but I see such great similarity between Trinidad and Tobago, especially its opposition, and the calamity that's happening in a large country up north, that I wonder who exactly is their leader? Who is leading the opposition into this situation? So we come here after 9 years of being the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, the same Minister of Finance is in a position to expertly speak to all aspects of our finance. And the government takes the position that the country can benefit and must benefit from a comprehensive reporting of what we are facing, what we have been doing, where we're at, and where we're going. And to do that, Madam Speaker, it takes time. But apparently, to have reported so comprehensively to the country is to offend some people. And in fact, some of our opposition members, both in and outside of the House, the biggest issue for them was the length of the speech, how long the speech was. That was the premier criticism. Not that the government had reported comprehensively, but that the speech was too long. And Madam Speaker, that wouldn't get them very far. So the next thing is to question everything that the government has put forward. So the opposition leader, my colleague from Siparia, spoke for 3.5 hours. And at the end of it, she fired a dud. It's called a blank. Didn't realize that it had no impact on the population. So she had a press conference to double down on what she had said in this House, and to accuse the Minister of Finance of speaking untruths about the public debt, about the numbers of everything, and hoping to tell the country, don't believe anything the government says. The Minister of Finance has in fact spoken untruths throughout the entire budget debate. That is the response of the opposition to a budget which is really an estimate of how we will distribute what we intend to have as revenue in the next 12 months. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the population of Trinidad and Tobago, if all that your problems are wrapped up in what the opposition has said, then as a country we're in a good place. And if the best they could say about the government is what they've said here for the last 5 years, then the government has done a wonderful job. Because we have been managing a very difficult period in the country's history. And you come here to respond to a budget, and all you could do is to say the numbers lie. Madam Speaker, across the world in all economics classes and at institutions around the world, whether it's the IDB, the IMF, whatever else, Madam Speaker, I did not disturb them.
Please, Prime Minister, on a point of order, there's a particular word that I would need you to withdraw. Okay, that you've used as a word that we've consistently ruled that is unparliamentary in this House.
They like the word untruth because they think it's different. What is different between untruth?
Prime Minister, and Prime Minister, we've ruled consistently that that's not a word that is parliamentary. So if you withdraw the word, you know what word to use, and let's proceed.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word lie.
Just withdraw the word. Don't repeat it, just withdraw it and proceed.
I withdraw the word, Madam Speaker, but I will continue. Madam Speaker, and I will not be guided by them. Madam Speaker, there are certain performance criteria that are used to measure situations in countries. And on this occasion, Madam Speaker, I want to just very quickly mention, with respect to GDP growth, the Minister of Finance talked about 1.9%. Madam Speaker, what we can do then is compare ourselves with others, because we don't live alone in this world. How are others doing with their circumstances and their challenges? Jamaica, 1.8%. Barbados, 3.7%. Guyana, booming at 33%. Antigua, minus 2.8%. Countries like us, Bahrain, Oman, Emirates, hydrocarbon economies, 1.2%, 2%, and so on. So that indicator tells us that we're doing something good. Inflation, 0.4%. And look at 18 countries. Barbados, 2.7%. Antigua, 2.2%. Suriname, 14%. Bahrain, 1.4%. Qatar, 2.6%. Japan, 2%. 18 countries. We are the lowest of the 18 at 0.4%. I looked at unemployment, 5.4%, up from 4%. Barbados, 8.2%. Bahamas, 8%. Of the same group of 18 countries, most of them are approximating about 8%. We are at 5.4%. So while we have an unemployment problem, we measure up pretty decently with the rest of other persons with their circumstances. The Bahamas, 8.8%. Suriname, 10%. If I go to another comparator, per capita income, Madam Speaker, in 2016, our per capita income was $17 billion, just over 17 billion. 17.2, it went to 17.3 in 2017, 17.6 in 2018. Madam Speaker, come 2020, COVID, it dropped to 14 billion, 14.8 billion. But we know why. We worked at it. We stood our ground. So by 2021, it was back to 17.4. 2023, 19.8. So, Madam Speaker, that is good realism, good performance, good situation, because suppose we had not been able to bounce back from the 14 billion economy. We go to Human Development Index, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding all that you have heard, they call it doom and gloom, because that is the yardstick. All that you have heard about how Trinidad and Tobago is a hellhole. But look at the International Human Development Index used by the authorities around the world to determine the quality of life in any country. And this is not our measurement, this is the measurement of independent persons looking around the world using the same yardsticks. Trinidad and Tobago ranks number 60 on this scale of the countries around the world. And we are ranked, Human Development Index, 0.814. And that on the system is very high human development, which means life expectancy, access to education, healthcare and income distribution and so on. All of these things get put together to determine what goes on in a country and the quality of life in that country. We are ranked in the category of countries very high human development. You know who is there with us? Barbados, ranked number 62. The Bahamas is ranked number 57. Belize is ranked at number 118, and Jamaica is ranked number 115. Argentina is ranked number 48 with a 200% inflation rate. But they're measuring in this one quality of life. So no one index indicates comprehensively the quality of life in that country. You look at Bahamas, you'll see Bahamas per capita income is higher than ours, right? And it says that they are ranked a little above better quality of life. But if you go to inflation and you go to unemployment, you'll see Bahamas have 8% unemployment. So, Madam Speaker, when we speak to the country here, we want the country to understand that we are not alone on this planet. Judge us by how well we are doing as compared to our. So having said that, Madam Speaker, I know I don't have a lot of time, but I want to just touch on a couple of things. There was one point that was made by the Member of Parliament for, is it Kuva? Chaguanas West. Chaguanas West. The member for Chaguanas West raised an issue about doing something to bring our children home from the conflict zones. And he spoke very emphatically about that. Madam, it's not that we're not doing anything, but it's a very difficult assignment, and I want to give the member the assurance that what is in place, we continue to try to make an effort to bring those children back here. And if we can get that done, I think that issue would be a going behind us. And, you know, what we have to do and what we are working on is to create a mechanism for the government to control return and entry of Trinidad and Tobago nationals from conflict zones abroad. So that would require a special majority in that legislation. And today I am instructing the Attorney General to speak to all members on the other side, especially those who have indicated, and as the draft is ready, to make the draft available to them, and we will see who will come to this House and support it so we can advance that. I heard the member for Mayaru. Say that he will support legislation that he thinks is in the public interest. We have a control operations bill to come to enable law enforcement to conduct undercover operations and gather evidence while maintaining public safety and ensuring successful prosecution. As soon as that draft is available, I will ask the member, the Attorney General, to make it available to them on the other side, and then we come back to the House, and we'll see who will vote for it. And we have a firearms amendment bill to come to ban assault weapons and high-powered rifles from this country's streets, and I want to see who is going to support that. We are looking at it in CARICOM. As soon as the draft, we are talking about a template from the CARICOM. Madam Speaker.
Member, please let's hear the Prime Minister in silence. Prime Minister.
They had all that they had to say. I didn't interrupt one of them. I listened in horror at most of them. So I'll speak in silence. Madam Speaker, there's a requirement to bring legislation to ban assault weapons in Trinidad and Tobago, and we will ask our colleagues on the other side to support that legislation so assault weapons will have no place in Trinidad and Tobago, purchased anywhere or illegally entering this country. So that's that. Madam Speaker, I want to express my sincerest condolences to the family of that young schoolboy. His name is Jaden, who took his own life because of how he was being persecuted in the school. Madam Speaker, nobody should have, no parent should have to bury a child, but to have to bury one under those circumstances is particularly punishing. And then while I was trying to digest that, another piece of news came up where a citizen has killed a wife and a baby, 18-month-old baby, and I'm told that he was on the way to the school to try to kill the other child. For God's sake, suppose he had got to that school and had killed that second child in and among the other school children. Madam Speaker, what is going on in our society? And we have no control over the thought of criminal conduct. We can only respond to them after they've done it. But then the press will ask people in the street, what do you think? And the headline is, quoting the man talking to his mother, I killed Geeta and the child. And I asked somebody in the street, what do you think about that? So Trinidad is a very messed up country. The Prime Minister needs to step down. Only so things will change. That is the view of some people in this country. Madam Speaker, what does that horrendous act have to do with the assignment of a Prime Minister? Some people think that they're related. And I too, I saw in today's papers, DCP Meister saying, ACP Meister saying to the country that, to the women in particular, that in the issues of domestic violence, you need to be careful what you do through life, in life, and don't put yourself in a situation. Because, you know, Madam Speaker, misinformation is causing people to be blaming the police for that horrendous situation. But when you look at it, as far as I could have seen, the law was followed and the police would have followed the law. But the citizens' responsibility fell short. Madam Speaker, I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because I remember many years ago, I was at a public meeting, public conversation, and a matter was raised about somebody's problem, domestic problem, in a home, and a woman called on me to do something about it. And I made the observation then that the government's authority stops at the front door in some instances and doesn't get into the bedroom. But as we grapple with these issues, we need to take some personal responsibility about how we behave. Mama, they nearly skewer me for giving the advice that I give to my two daughters. Be careful with how you go about your life and with whom you associate. Today I see Officer Meister saying the same thing in similar situations. Madam Speaker, I saw my colleague from Pointe-à-Pitre. He wants details of the Atlantic LNG restructuring. Madam Speaker, how much more details can we give in this situation? We've given all the reasons why we've done it. We've given all the reasons why if we don't do it, what is going to be the outcome. We indicated at every step of the way what progress we have made and how we have made it. And we indicate what prospect we can hold out to the country. What does he want? What details does he want? And that all that is done against the background of the market fluctuations and vagaries and the gas production in our country and our reducing volumes and our need to go and look for gas elsewhere and so on. But he had no interest in wanting to know or being concerned that the leader that he follows as Prime Minister of this country had no idea what the government shareholding in Atlantic LNG was. Didn't even know that we didn't have any shareholding in Insurance 2 and Insurance 3. So I'm saying that some of these people who are appointing themselves spokespersons for the national interests, they either hopelessly lost, unresearched, or just malicious? Because my colleague from Siparia, from Pointe-à-Pierre, every time he gets up, is to look for some way to poke some negative at Jagandil, at Manatee, at LNG, and does not know what he's talking about. What details you working for? As though we're hiding something, and there's something that the public should know, and you will make them know it. We are talking to the public at every step of the way, including, Madam Speaker, having to listen to the opposition leader coming here and talking about Minister Young and Prime Minister Rowley went and talked in Houston.
We trying to comply, so yes, sure.
The language, I'm trying to use the English language, but apparently it's circumscribed in this particular way. I have to try and comply, but as I'm thinking and talking, it slips. The member for Siparia coming here and talking about decisions that we made on gas price in Houston caused the price of electricity to go up in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to say it again for the nth time to my colleagues on the other side. And I hope now the five down there will believe me this time because they're down there now. We did not, Mr. Young, Minister, the member for Port of Spain Northeast, and myself, Diego Martin West. I can't talk to myself now. We did not go to Houston to negotiate any gas price. We went to Houston urgently because the contact and the negotiations between BP and NGC had broken down, and there was no conversation taking place about a gas price that was sorely needed in a situation where the entire Point Lisas estate was at risk. As Prime Minister, I took the responsibility with the Minister in the Office of Prime Minister to go to Houston to meet the decision makers, to pull them together and to get them talking to NGC again. That's what we did. Why is that so difficult for you all to understand? It's either you're dumb or you're wicked. Coming here and talking about raising of electricity rate. Madam Speaker, that decision to bring them back immediately to talk resulted in a gas price being arrived at and immediately freed up.
48 for, I would like the Prime Minister to withdraw the word dumb.
Continue, Prime Minister.
Point proven. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, that is, so Madam Speaker, that was the nature of a lot of the response to the budget. The budget drew some highlights.
With the person with the offending device leave the chamber, get their device under control, and they could return. Whoever it is, kindly leave the chamber.
Madam Speaker, I trust that I'll get some injury time for these unnecessary disturbances, right? So there are a few things that came up that I want to respond to just to make sure that the record is straight. There are about 4 or 5 issues that I am required to respond to in my portfolio, but I'll come back to that in a minute. But I want for the record to deal with this statement made by my colleague from St. Augustine because it's fundamental to the politics and the belief to the next election. And that is that the UNC repealed the property tax. Madam Speaker, what do I have to do to get them to stop saying that? The challenge to the property tax was there, went to the court, and it was not proceeded with. And then, Madam Speaker, the government came to this parliament where some of them were present and enacted a waiver. And the waiver was for a specific period of time. That waiver ended by intervention and English letters in this parliament. The waiver ended, and thus the existing property tax law became force. That happened in 2014 to effect in 2015. So when we came in September 2015, the following couple of weeks, 1st of October 2015, the waiver would have died, the waiver would have expired, so the Property Tax Act became in full force. I want to repeat that. As a result of a position taken here by Minister Larry Hosein of the UNC in this place, the waiver that was being enjoyed, put there by them for political reasons, axed the tax. The axe became dull, and there was no axe. After September of 2015, I became the leader of this team as Prime Minister on the 9th of September 2015. And from the 1st of October, the first of the new fiscal year, the Property Tax Act came back into force as enacted by the PNM. It was never repealed. And I don't want to use the word again because I don't want to annoy my colleague from Cuba, but it applies to St. Augustine. Madam Speaker, all of that is meant to fool the public, because some people in this country trust them to speak the truth, but they're selling the pig in a bad market. They have a difficulty with speaking the truth. What they did, they went to court and argued against the tax that I was paying since I was 17 years old. And in the court, one little strand of the argument was supported in the court and resulted in the court asking the government to create a new role. We had to go and find 200 houses individually assessed, half of the population of houses in the country, before we could put the law into force. And it took the government probably 36 or 48 months to do that. So that's what we're doing all the time. We did not grant a waiver, but we were complying with the court order to create a new role. And as you created the role, they created manima up and down about the whole question of the valuation and the property tax. And Madam Speaker, let me just end on this note on this point. At the end of the day, this government is levying and receiving property tax. Is it 2%? 2%. You know what? When they removed the waiver, you know what they were asking to do when they tried to do it? Was 7%. They had set out to collect the tax at 7%. It is now 2%, but they're still out there harassing the public. Property tax, property tax, property tax. Mischievous underminers that you are. Madam Speaker, the next big point that came out of the budget debate, making headline, is that the Prime Minister somehow sequestered $400 million for himself in his ministry, and they used ghost buildings to do it. The opposition leader is a self-appointed senior counsel. Gone to a press conference after she had 3.5 hours to talk to the country about the budget. Gone to a press conference to make that ridiculous statement, but I waste no more of my time on that. I expect the Minister of Finance will deal with that. Gone further, the Prime Minister has put $50 million in the budget for fetting at the Prime Minister's residence. Let me just point out something to the country and use my time to do that, though. Upon having the responsibility for forming a cabinet in this country, one of the things I did was to operate a smaller cabinet than the previous Prime Minister. This cabinet has 23 members. Madam Speaker, our expenditure has always been frugal. at the Prime Minister's residence at Diplomatic Center, where it's a complex, a compound. As Minister for UDCOT, the Prime Minister has that portfolio, the Urban Development Corporation. The line minister for the Urban Development Corporation, UDCOT, is the Prime Minister. And I took responsibility for using that corporation for doing a number of things, not the least of which was to bring us back into this parliament. We were all over the country like Ms. Howard Cat, and the parliament was left as a construction site for years. I took responsibility for that. UDCOT under my portfolio. Our legacy buildings that were rotting on Queen's Park West, that today they are sources of pride to us. The President House, that was a garbage dump, collecting garbage by the truckload, today the President House is in use. And of course, the Prime Minister's residence is not a home for battered women, it is a home to house the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, they try to make those issues because they figure you would not know the facts. What are the facts? Who was spending money while at the Prime Minister's residence? Who was fetting there? 2010 to 2015, when the UNC was in government, when my friend from Siparia was in charge of government affairs, Prime Minister's establishment operating expenses at the Diplomatic Center and residence of the Prime Minister, $122.6 million. And add to that, $47.8 million for events. That comes to $170,482,000. So while they spent $170 million operating all the responsibilities of that institution up there, residence and the center, 2015 to 2020, Prime Minister's establishment operating expenses, $42,716,000. And as for events, for that period, $9,435,000. So while they spent $122 million, we spent 42. While they spent 47, we spent 9. So the total was, while they spent 170.48 million, we spent 52.15 million. And I have to come here and listen to the leader of the opposition trying to mislead the country that some kind of splurging is taking place at the Prime Minister's residence. Madam Speaker, so far for the period 2020 to 2024, 37.9 million for operating expenses and 12 million for events, for a total of 50 million, as compared to 170 million. I defy any one of them or any authority anywhere to have a different truthful expression. Madam Speaker, listen to this. Unusual expenditure, which we never incurred while we were there for over 9 years. We've never hired an event planner to plan anything in that place. Every event we've had there was planned by the staff. And today I want to pay particular acknowledgement to the good work being done by Ms. Wendy Rock of UDCOT. Every single event, from hosting heads of state to whatever, in that place, the event planner there was Wendy Rock as part of a day work. But here, under them, event planner fees, $173,700 for one event.
Wow.
But the event was a cabinet retreat. A cabinet retreat at the residence there cost $173,700. They paid a planner. I wouldn't tell you who the planner is because then you will see the whole story. I don't want to see the whole story. And then overall entertainment planning fees. So you have a planner, you paid $173,000, but you have planning fees of $345,000. Madam Speaker, it was so interesting that one of them, there's one situation where the event planner cost the event planner cost The event planner fee is 96,000 in that another event. And this was the Venezuelan president's visit. They hired an event planner. The planner to plan the events for the show for the president of Venezuela. The planner is 96,000, but the show is 35,000. The planner costs twice as much as the show.
Oh my goodness.
That is how they spend money. That is how they spend money. And I don't have the time now to go into the OS and the 961 million. I don't have time to go into all of those things because those are other stories that are all around us. But then come in the budget debate to get a headline that the Prime Minister is taking millions to go and fit. The Minister of Finance will explain all that for you. Travel, Madam Speaker. Travel. The Prime Minister they want to know the Prime Minister is traveling. There's one from Orapooch East. He is calling for my passport to be taken away because I'm traveling too much. Madam Speaker, I have not made a trip in this country that I can't defend publicly. I remember my colleague from Lackram chastising me in here for not going to COP meeting. And the UN General Assembly because he was familiar with the UNGA, right? As Prime Minister, I deliberately did not go to the number of things that I should have gone on, but I did not miss the one that I had to be at. You see? So every year, there are at least 2 CARICOM meetings. Since I became Prime Minister, I've been to my 10th year now. I've been to virtually, I think, every single CARICOM country because the meeting rotates from country to country. And we meet twice a year. I've been to Suriname, Guyana, Grenada, St. Lucia, Barbados, Antigua, Belize, all the way. Because that's where CARICOM have its meeting. I want to ask my colleagues on the other side, which CARICOM meeting I should not go to? Which one? Because they have CARICOM meetings they don't go to, you know. When my colleague from Siparia was Prime Minister, there was a CARICOM meeting in Guyana where the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago was absent. And in the absence of Trinidad and Tobago, an item called the Single Market and Economy, CARICOM Single Market and Economy, CSME, was taken off of the agenda in the absence of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who was busy in Tobago at Cocoa Reef, drinking and celebrating the UNC victory in May of 2016. So while the country's business, the single market and economy, where all our manufacturers put their business to sell their produce, to keep workers employed, and to earn foreign exchange, that was taken off the agenda. I had to put it back there, my first meeting in CARICOM, put it back on the agenda. And as a result of that, the initiative brought us here to a special CARICOM meeting at the Hilton, where CARICOM for the first time then agreed to something called the St. Anne's Accord. That is where we cement our position and secure our market. We pay into the defense, the CARICOM Support Development Fund for the LDCs, and they agree to buy our product in a more open and effective way. We protected our market, we protected our manufacturers, we protected our jobs by the Prime Minister standing there in reach. That's what Prime Ministers do. That's what a Prime Minister is supposed to do. And of course, questioning my travel. I had to go to Jamaica to sit down. I took with me the member for St. Augustine at the time, Prakash Amada, as part of the opposition. Sat there with the government of Jamaica, a whole half of the cabinet, trying to prevent them from supporting a boycott of Trinidad and Tobago's goods because of the offensive language used by Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister. I had to go to the Chamber of Commerce in Jamaica and speak like I haven't spoken before to people, asking them to respect and to support CARICOM and not ban our goods. I'm coming here to talk about travel. Madam Speaker, there are 2 travel items in front of me as I speak to you now. One is the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa. I want to ask my colleagues on the other side, and I'll sit down in case you all want to answer. Just indicate. Should I or should I not go to that meeting of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa on the 22nd of this month? If you think I should not go, just indicate. I'll give you time to answer. But once you agree that I should go, there are certain arrangements in place to cover the costs. So,
Advise you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time. You're entitled to 10 more minutes after that to wrap up your presentation.
Okay. So, having agreed that I should go, there are certain arrangements in cost, airfare, and so on, and the airfares are not cheap anywhere in the world. So, what is this thing about coming to make an issue of Prime Minister traveling when you know that these are the quid pro quos and requirements for being a nation in the Commonwealth or even in the world? Madam Speaker, let me just, over and above the normal 2 CARICOM meetings a year. So after 9.5 years, that's over 20 meetings of the standard CARICOM meetings. So things come up. I also attended a meeting in Washington, which wasn't on the agenda from early. And that was the Caribbean Central American Energy Summit in Washington, organized by the United States government. I had the opportunity then to sit at that meeting with now President Biden. That's why I knew him personally. Madam Speaker, I also had to go to Ghana. You know why I had to go to Ghana, Madam Speaker? Because the Ghanaian president sent an emissary to Trinidad and Tobago to invite us into the Ghanaian energy industry that they were just discovering, wanting to give us the business of gas processing. The emissary came to Trinidad and for 3 days could not see the Prime Minister. Eventually, the then Prime Minister agreed to see him in her constituency office. When he got there to see her in the office, she was not very lucid. So he had to go back and report to the president his experience in Trinidad and Tobago. Ghana then called in the Chinese and gave them the business. But they still wanted to talk to us in Trinidad and Tobago, so I had to go there now and recreate that contact in Ghana. And Madam Speaker, subsequent to that, on 2 occasions, I was invited as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, once to be the special guest of the people of Ghana at their independence celebration. I accepted that invitation. Who over there wants to say I shouldn't have accepted it? And then the Ashanteini, the king of the Ashanti, invited me to be his personal guest at his 25th anniversary, celebrating his ascension to the throne in Ghana. I shouldn't have gone to that. And of course, what I have in my hand right now, dated, this one is dated the 8th of October, which is just recently. Written to me by the Prime Minister of Barbados. The International Monetary Fund, in partnership with the government of Barbados, is pleased to invite you in the in-person 2024 High-Level Caribbean Forum on Tuesday, December 3, 2024 in Bridgetown, Barbados. And this is now sponsored by Barbados and the International Monetary Fund for discussions on matters which are obviously pertinent to Trinidad and Tobago. The forum will involve and facilitate a dialogue on addressing the challenges relating to transitioning into the green energy. I'm talking about taking stock of macroeconomic implications and unleashing private sector investment and so on and so on. Should I go or should I not go? I'm asking for your permission. Coming and wasting people's time talking about Prime Minister's travel. Madam Speaker, I can account for every hour. And I want to put on the record, I have never met an oil company executive when I was not appropriately dressed, never in my pajamas. Madam Speaker, another big point that was made was the whole question of government rent. Let me just put on record in this parliament. This is my 44th year in public life. I started that, yes, Tabakit. I was there before you. Before you were born. I started my political career on a public platform for the PNM in Belgarden in Tobago. You know what the big issue at that time? Getting rid of the Ministry of Tobago Affairs. Because the Ministry of Tobago Affairs was deemed to be oppressive to the people of Tobago in their quest for internal self-government and so on and so on. They wanted nothing to do with the Ministry of Tobago Affairs. The PNM lost that election in 1980. I cut my teeth in that election. And there was not a Ministry for Tobago Affairs anywhere in Tobago until the UNC came into view. When the UNC came into view, they saw not Tobago internal self-government as the issue. They saw opportunity. And the opportunity they saw was to facilitate the construction of an office building in Tobago. That office building today houses the Prime Minister and CAST, Central Administrative Services. They came out of the building, the Treasury, the government's own building, which has been there empty ever since. Empty and locked up there. Because they built a building with their connections, and that building was offered to the government. It had a number of defects at the time when it was offered. They then said the defects were attended to, and the valuation division valued the rent at $280,000 a month. That was the government's valuation division's valuation. They said, nah, that's too low. They rented for $300,000 a month. Wow. And between then and now, that building has been rented for upwards of $46 million. Every month, $300,000. It's the only business in Tobago who's so lucky to get that done. Tobago business. Renting that. And while they're renting it happily and silent, the government building, the government structure, locked up there, them and their friends in Tobago, right? And telling me now about who wants self-government and who don't want it and whatnot. I want to say to my colleagues who have now seen the light, because I've heard them speak in this parliament like they've never spoken before. They have come out from under the yoke. They have come out from under the yoke of the member for Siparia, and now they are free to be decent, patriotic citizens. Yeah. You said you will support good legislation. We have a piece of legislation before the Parliament for Tobago internal self-government coming from committee in this House. I ask you to read it, because as soon as the budget debate is over, I'm going to bring it back to the floor, and if you really believe in being patriotic, you will support what that bill supports for the people of Tobago. And as for my friend from Couva North, who waiting to jump into this debate, I just want to advise you that when we are completed at airport in Tobago, that terminal building, it will be a very difficult place for you to operate. Madam Speaker, the last minute that I have, I simply want to say that the government observed, one, that the vessel, the boat from China that the former Prime Minister saw and wanted one, has now been deemed by survey of experts to be, let me tell you, the vessel is presently unserviceable due to a multitude of defects resulting from a major equipment failure. All the systems are defective because they were never meant to be what they thought it was going to be, which is our offshore patrol vessel. Shore power system gone, main diesel general gone, steering system gone, corroded suction piping, auxiliary machinery gone, radar gone, ship tender gone, heating ventilation gone, air condition gone, hull and deck equipment gone. Who want to go to sea in that? As a result of which, Madam Speaker, I expect that very soon the Cabinet will authorize the disposing of that, because it's down there banging against in bad weather. It's threatening to destroy the pier. So we have to sell that as scrap. Madam Speaker, finally I want to say that we're not only concerned about the equipment, we are concerned about the personnel. Because the Cabinet recently took a decision to authorize the CD to change the law actually, to allow the pension regulations amendment to come into force so that the CDS can do certain things for compassionate treatment of members of the Defense Force, which is those persons who are required to have 20 years before they get a pension. Very frequently you have persons with 19 years and some days, or 18 and a half years and so on, and they have to leave at the age of 45 without a pension. I understand now hearing from my friends the other side that they will increase the pension, the service age to age 65. But we're saying that's not what you need to do. We've done what had to be done. We've authorized the CDS to give the required number of days of service so as to let such persons qualify at the 20-year mark so they can leave the Defense Force with a pension. Madam Speaker, those are the kinds of things that we have done. But I have a whole lot more to say, but I don't have a lot more time in here. But I'm just saying to you, I've heard my colleague from my Irish speak about his swan song. I am now in my 10th year as Prime Minister. I too may be a swan. But ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in this House, as long as I could leave here, having done the best for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, it doesn't matter when I leave, because I will leave in my head held high. And I hope that when I leave here, I could be proud to say that I served with certain people. And I hope that I don't have to say, if you want to find them, you have to look where the average citizen doesn't live. Madam Speaker, it has been a pleasure working with you as Parliamentary Speaker. I don't know how much longer I will have in this Parliament, but I've done my duty and I've kept the course. I've run the race and I look forward, not for a pot of gold, but for my family at the end of this rainbow. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me and affording me the opportunity to participate in this debate for the financial year 2025 presented Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you most kindly for allowing me to participate in this budget debate for the financial year of 2025. I also want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to...
Just 1 minute. I really would like to hear the member for Couva North. Member, proceed.
Thank you most kindly once more, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I begin, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Siparia, for such a thorough, comprehensive and insightful budget response, Madam Speaker, who is here in the chamber doing the people's work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to take a moment to thank my staff, my research team, those who would have accompanied me on the various site visits, my councillors, aldermen, guest speakers, and everyone who came forward and contributed to our budget consultation, pre-budget consultation in the constituency of Couva North, but also for the citizens that came and participated in the several pre-budget consultations that was held in all constituencies, Madam Speaker. Because you see, Madam Speaker, we on this side, we are led by a visionary and a compassionate leader who understands that when we are to speak in this august chamber, Madam Speaker, we are not just to peddle our personal views, but we are here to be a voice for the voiceless, to stand in the gap, in the defense of that 99% of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that this government failed to address the concerns and the issues and the challenges affecting them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to applaud all my colleagues on this side who would have previously contributed towards this budget debate. And they would have strategically, brilliantly dismantled this dumb budget, Madam Speaker, this irresponsible budget, Madam Speaker, that was presented by this Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, before I go into my substantive contribution, I want to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to respond to the previous speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister, who I really thought, Madam Speaker, was going to come to this House to speak about the issues affecting the citizens of this country, the real issues, Madam.
You know, usually the member for Couva North could control the chamber when he's speaking. I'm having a difficulty in hearing him. All right, so let's give him the support by remaining here in silence and listening. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. As I continue with my presentation, Madam Speaker, I was hoping that the Prime Minister would have utilized his time here to account to the population, to account and tell us, give us some accountability of that $3 billion that has been unaccounted for. Madam Speaker, I thought this Honorable Prime Minister was going to utilize his time to roll out the possible plans that he has to save this economy that is on the brink of devastation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought this Prime Minister was going to come in this august chamber and tell the country some of the issues and some of the plans that he and his regime has for the next 5 years, Madam Speaker. But just like in 2015 and just like in 2020, here we are on the brink of 2025, and this PNM administration clearly has no plans to run this country and to govern the country, Madam Speaker. And they cannot handle the truth. They cannot handle being exposed, Madam Speaker. That is why every one of them on the other side, they ran, they ducked and they ran because they know Couva North was coming to deal with the issues and respond to the Honorable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister, he came here today to tell us and to try and paint a picture of how well the economy is and how rosy the economy is, Madam Speaker. However, just a few days ago, he was telling the country to buckle up until 2027. He said it will be a rough ride. Just a few days. Is it that the Prime Minister is flip-flopping? Does the Prime Minister needs to be checked out? Because something clearly seems to be wrong, Madam Speaker. It was just a few days he was talking about doom and gloom, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to present to you the facts that the Prime Minister failed to present when he tried to speak on the economy. And I'm going to use, I wouldn't show it here because I didn't seek your permission before, but I am going to read from the Review of the Economy 2024, page 16, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Finance estimates national GDP to fall to $184,770.1 million in 2023. The lower than initial estimate for 2023 nominal GDP was due to subdued energy prices coupled with a lower inflation rate. Madam Speaker, this review of the economy continues in page 17, and here what is printed here in this book presented by the Ministry of Finance. Ministry now anticipates nominal GDP to expand to 186,269.4 million in calendar 2024. So because of he hearing the expansion in 2024, he is thinking that it is going to increase. But the document continues. It states, in fiscal year terms, nominal GDP is expected to be around 185,894.6 million, marginally lower than the fiscal year estimate for 2023 of 189,323 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister came here and tried to play smart with foolishness. The economy, Madam Speaker, continued to crumble under this PNM administration, Madam Speaker. People continue to suffer on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister came and he pleaded for the support for some of those on this side to treat with legislation. And he said that he was going to come to ban assault firearm. Madam Speaker, with less than 2 minutes, my colleague here who shadows national security, I want to congratulate the excellent job he's doing, the MP for Barataria Sawa. He was able to provide me with the information, according to The Guardian, on the 20th of April 2023, that firearms expert Mr. Barnes says assault weapons already banned in Trinidad and Tobago. And you know, when the Prime Minister was presenting that dumb statement, colleagues on this side was trying to guide him and show him the light. But he just seemed hell-bent on coming to this Parliament with dumb statement after dumb statement after dumb statement. Madam Speaker, he went on to speak about the government authority stops at the front door and doesn't get into your bedroom. Well, I wouldn't say much about this, Madam Speaker, because the Prime Minister has ventilated that, where in his response to domestic violence crime, serious crime in Trinidad and Tobago, serious murder in this country, real issues where over 4,500 persons have been murdered in this country. His response to the women of Trinidad and Tobago was to choose your man wisely. And now he coming to say that the government authority stops at the front door. Madam Speaker, in my constituency of Couva North, may his soul rest in peace, young Mr. Nanlal was shot inside his bedroom trying to protect his wife. Right in my constituency, I continue to express my condolences to the Nanlal family. Good people, law-abiding citizens, role models in our society had to be a victim of crime inside their bedroom. This is why, Madam Speaker, our leader has made it clear that the government authority is not going to stop by the doorway. The government authority is going to help citizens outside their home and inside their home with stand your ground legislation. Where if an intruder comes into your home, they comes into your bedroom, the law will protect your family. The law will protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. So this dumb sort of statement that the Prime Minister wants to come here with today, Madam Speaker, we're not going to fall for that. We're not going to fall for that, Madam Speaker. And he sat here and, well, he presented, the Honorable Prime Minister presented here, Madam Speaker, having issues with the Member of Parliament, the Member of Parliament for Pointe-à-Pierre, who shadows the Ministry of Energy. And I want to congratulate the MP for Pointe-à-Pierre on that Dragon Blast presentation he gave this Parliament. And I use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to wish greetings, best greetings to my colleague, the MP for Pointe-à-Pierre, and members of the Chinese community on this day of Double 10. We wish them all the best. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister came and spoke about rising electricity rates, when the leader of the opposition exposed this government for their possible intention where electricity rates, where the cost of electricity can increase, Madam Speaker, and the member for Princess Tong as well, Madam Speaker, my colleague, the member for Princess Tong, he also exposed this administration playing smart with foolishness of having intention of increasing utility rates, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister started speaking on the raising of electricity rates, you know what transpired? Some circus music went off and a member was asked to walk out the chamber because it seems as though they were joking at him on this side. They were joking at the Honorable Prime Minister, and I now understand why he had to tell Tobago West tonight was only for good behavior. But it looked like he didn't tell the Honorable Member before the Prime Minister came into the House for the sit-in that the sit-in should be for good behavior. Yes, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister went next to speak about property tax. What the Honorable Prime Minister himself referred to as the dreaded property tax. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about a waiver which ended at the end of the People's Partnership term in office, a waiver on property tax. This is the same Prime Minister, I recall, who at one point in time opposed his leader on this issue of property tax. This is the same Prime Minister who clearly stated on Hansard that he does not support a single dollar increase or anything like that. $100 was too much for a lot of people. However, Madam Speaker, he spoke about the waiver which expired at the end of the term of the People's Partnership. Couldn't a new waiver be introduced? Couldn't an extension of the waiver be introduced? Couldn't we continue to extend that waiver because we understand the hardship of the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record that under the leadership of the member for Siparia, the People's Partnership Administration did not collect a single cent in property tax for 5 years. The Honorable Prime Minister came to tell this Parliament and to tell the country that the government is levying and collecting property tax at 2%, but the People's Partnership wanted to collect at 7%. How the Prime Minister will come with such a dumb statement because the Honorable Prime Minister knows for 5 years the People's Partnership did not collect any property tax. Well, I recognize on the issue of the $400 million for himself, that is the Honorable Prime Minister, the increase in the allocation. The Prime Minister himself, he had nothing to say. The Prime Minister could not respond to the allegations raised by the Honorable Member for Siparia West, Madam Speaker, had nothing to say. When it is we cannot get schools completed in this country, when it is we cannot get a simple preschool, Waterloo Early Childhood Center, because the Minister of Education talking about funding and we don't have the funding. But here we see Prime Minister allocating an additional $400 million to himself. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister went into $50 million fetting, a $50 million expense for fetting, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know what he did? He went about blaming, being the Minister for Udicot, blaming the UNC, blaming how much the People's Partnership spent when the People's Partnership did not collect a cent in taxes, additional taxes or anything like that. He went about blaming Udicot, blaming the People's Partnership, blaming the member for Siparia, Madam Speaker. When at this point in time, this country have to ensure that we get value for money being spent. When we come here to deal with a budget where agriculture has been cut by more than $200 million, Madam Speaker. Agriculture experiencing a cut, and I will come to that just now, because of the fact that the Minister of Finance want to ensure that he prioritizes, he spend an additional $50 million. Increase, Madam Speaker, an increase in the allocation from less than $1 million to more than $50 million to FET. Madam Speaker, is it a FET or is it for election bribe? What is it?
Promoters, withdraw that.
I withdraw, and I ask, is it an election incentive that is now going to be considered, that the Prime Minister will be responsible for, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, well, he couldn't say anything about my colleague, the member for Oropouche East, with such a powerful presentation by the Lion for Oropouche East, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister, the only thing that he could have responded to the member from Oropouche East is that the member for Oropouche East is calling for the passport to be taken away. Madam Speaker, we have no issues with the Honorable Prime Minister traveling. We have no issues whatsoever. And I have consulted my leader, who told me the same. My leader endorsed that statement, Madam Speaker. However, what we have an issue with, Madam Speaker, is a Prime Minister traveled 390 days, Madam Speaker, and brought back nothing to this country. No jobs, no investment, nothing for the people, Madam Speaker. Well, I come into that just now because the Prime Minister spoke about his multiple destinations where he would have enjoyed certain, what we see pictures where the Prime Minister would have enjoyed certain golf courses. However, the Honorable Prime Minister indicated that he had to travel to Ghana. All well and good, and being a guest and so forth at Ghana and representing the country at Ghana. We're okay with that. Some of us might have given the thumbs up and liked the photo and stuff on the socials. However, Madam Speaker, when the Honorable Prime Minister returned from Ghana, he made a big announcement that we was going to get yam coming from Ghana. Madam Speaker, the country is still waiting. Where is the yam from Ghana that the Prime Minister once promised? No yam. It's just like the plywood factory. No plywood factory. And my colleague from Oropouche East will say more on that on the pavement. Madam Speaker, it is very sad. It's very, very sad when it is a Prime Minister who has the opportunity to come in this August chamber and present the plans, policies, and programs for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, could waste 55 minutes of parliamentary time and deliver absolutely a dumb statement. In his conclusion, he said that he has a lot to say, but his time is limited. I want to tell the Prime Minister that his time is limited, and that airport that he wants to speak about in Tobago, which this administration may not be able to complete, that when we, on this side, complete the ANR Robinson Airport, a project that would have been started since the People's Partnership Administration, 9 years, and they have not completed that project in Tobago, that when we return to office, Madam Speaker, we, on this side, will complete that project for the people of Tobago, and a lot of his friends, Bullet and others, who he enjoy the company of, those friends of his, who he wanted to enjoy that $50 million for entertainment, is not going to also be able, as he said, to frequent that airport. Madam Speaker, I have with me here a file that was passed by my senior, the MP for Oropouche East, a red file, Madam Speaker. I will not display this red file, but I will come to that in a short while. as I rebut some of the misleading and dumb statements said from on the other side. However, Madam Speaker, I want to start with education. And I want to deal with some of the statements presented by the Honorable Minister of Education. And from the onset, I once more want to plead with the Honorable Minister on behalf of the constituents of Couva North to please once more open the Waterloo Early Childhood Center, a facility that was completed, 100% completed by the People's Partnership under the leadership of the Honorable Member for Siparia, because the member understood the importance of investing into children. The Honorable Member for Siparia understood the importance of that early beginning. And we, here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, during that period of time, we were recognized by the United Nations for having universal early childhood education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the preschool, I want to move into the primary school. And what is happening in our primary schools, Madam Speaker, is really sad. On the 20th of March, a media release from the Office of the Leader of the Opposition, and I want to quote where the Leader of the Opposition indicated celebrating SEA students' achievements amidst educational challenges. The member for Siparia stated, despite the significant challenges and mismanagement within the education sector by the current incompetent PNM government, these children have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to their education, and each of them deserve to be proud of their achievement regardless of their results. The Leader of the Opposition continues, it is important to reflect on the statistical performance of students over the years to understand the impact of educational policy and good governance. Under the previous administration that I led, and that's the Honourable Member for Siparia, the SEA results were notably higher, with 91% of students scoring 50% or above and 14% achieving over 90%. This period saw significant investment and reform in education and yielded positive outcomes. And I want to congratulate the member for Siparia for such wonderful performance during that time. Madam Speaker, however, moving from there and fast forwarding to where we are today, I want to share with you some statistics of what is happening at the primary school level. In 2015, 14.1% scored above 90%. 91% scored above 50%, and only 1.1% scored below 30%. Madam Speaker, in 2016, above 90, we fell from 14 down to 10, 6, 3, 0, 1, 3, 0.7, 2.1. In 2024, Madam Speaker, we fell from 14.1% down to 1.42% of persons graduating over 90. We fell from 91% scoring above 50 down to 57.9%. And we increased from those below 30%, from 1.1, we increased up to 14.39%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this education ministry is failing our children, is seriously failing our children, Madam Speaker. We have fell from 91% down to 57%. That would have never happened under the Prime Ministership of the member for Siparia. She would have fired that Minister of Education forthwith. Madam Speaker, continuing with education, Madam Speaker, I want to go to the SSIP 2025, Chapter 1, page 38. Madam Speaker, Ministry of Education estimated total of 25,989 students were enrolled in tertiary education institutions. Fiscal 2024's estimation reflects a consecutive year of decline in tertiary education enrollment and represents a decrease of 53% or 1,464 students, less 1,464 students. Similarly, in 2023, the students' enrollment was an estimated 27,450, a decline of 8.3% from 2022, and for a total of 29,964 tertiary. So, Madam Speaker, over the last few years, we have consistently been falling in the number of our students participating at tertiary education, falling from 29.964, and it was a lot more than that, Madam Speaker, but that's just the last 2 years I'm sharing with you, from 29,000 down to 25,000. Madam Speaker, when we look at the GATE program, Madam Speaker, they have basically closed the gate on the students, Madam Speaker. They have shut down the gate on our students. It's extremely difficult for students to access tertiary education and continue further studies, their masters, their MPhil, their PhD. I don't know what it is this government have against education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we look at GATE, as at June 2015, Madam Speaker, a total of 59 persons received funding for that period, 2010 to 2015. That's an annual average for that 5-year period, 2010 to 2015, of 11,921 persons. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when we compare that to during this regime term in office, over the last few years, from 2016 to 2024, it has fallen from 11,921 persons down to 9,293, Madam Speaker. Again, lesser students are able to access GATE. And the sad thing, Madam Speaker, these students now have to borrow, they have to beg, they have to hold barbecue fundraiser, the family have to chip up and contribute to send them for university education. And you know the sad thing, Madam Speaker, when they come out of school, they cannot find jobs in our society. They cannot find jobs, Madam Speaker, and I will go to the unemployment rate, because the unemployment rate in this country, Madam Speaker, is a serious issue. And I want to read here in the this year, in the first quarter of 2024, the unemployment rate in Trinidad and Tobago increased to 5.4% compared to 4.1% in the fourth quarter of 2023 and 4.9% in the first quarter of 2023. The size of labor force fell again by 10,100 persons during the first 3 months of the calendar year. Only in the first 3 months of the calendar year of 2024, it has fallen by a further 10,100 persons. Madam Speaker, since this government has come into office, Madam Speaker, over 60,000 persons have lost their jobs. And Madam Speaker, during the period of 2010 to 2015, under the most compassionate Prime Minister that this country has ever had, there was opportunities being created where over 55,000 young persons were able to get jobs. New jobs, Madam Speaker, new jobs, and I will go into how we intend to create new jobs and new opportunities as we go forward, Madam Speaker, because you hear the poem and the riddle and the motto and the theme of their presentation is, where the revenue going to come from? They are bankrupt of ideas on that side, Madam Speaker, but I will tell you where the revenue is going to come from, and I will present to you, Madam Speaker, of where we expect to get that revenue. But I just want to highlight, before I move off the Ministry of Education, the HYPE program for the young people in this country. In 2015, Madam Speaker, we had 771 young persons, according to page 132 of the SSIP document for 2016. We had 771 benefiting under HYPE. You know, in 2024, that same program, how much? That has fallen to 206. And they want to talk about the helping young people in this country. Madam Speaker, the allocation towards that program in 2014 was 42,872,000. Last year, 2023, the actual expenditure for that program was 13 million. falling from 42 million down to 13 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we go to the MOST program under the leadership of the member for Siparia in the year 2015, Madam Speaker, we had 3,210, according to page 186 of the SSIP book. In 2024, page 65 of the SSIP book, only 207 trainees enrolled. The actual expenditure for 2014, Madam Speaker, was $55 million, whereas the actual expenditure for 2023 from 55 million, that MOST program fell to 12 million. Madam Speaker, when we're talking about helping young people and the help loan in education, Madam Speaker, in 2014, that program actual expenditure was 31 million. According to the SSIP, page 192, SSIP 2025, for 2023, the actual expenditure was 3,091,520. So we have fallen from 31 million down to 3 million. The number of beneficiaries in 2015 was 2,233, and the number of beneficiaries for the same program in 2024, 525. Fallen from 2,200 down to 5,200, Madam Speaker. And they want to come and talk about helping youths and helping young people. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago was once governed by a visionary prime minister who invested into the people and who invested into the youths of our country, Madam Speaker, because we on this side, under the leadership of the membership for Siparia, we recognize that the most important resource of any nation is the resource of human resource, Madam Speaker, invested into our people and invested into our youth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have with me here a temporary file. I have a temporary file here, Madam Speaker, that I want to highlight some of the erroneous and misleading statement made by the member for La Hoqueta Talparo. Madam Speaker, the member for La Hoqueta Talparo, well, with respect to the 100 schools that the member spoke about, I believe my colleague from Couva South would have responded for that, and so too would my other colleague, the legend, the Honorable Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, would have stood in this house also and called out all. But I want to correct him, it's not 100 schools, it's 106 schools. It's 106 schools, Madam Speaker. So with respect to the program, well, I will go into the Tucker Valley. Madam Speaker, the member for La Hoqueta Talparo really came here and just made a bunch of dumb statements. I don't really have anything much more to say to him other than, Madam Speaker, and I will deal with the Youth and Agriculture program shortly, because I visited sites myself and I had first-hand view, but I also want to deal with the CCC program, Civilian Conservation Corps program, which happens to fall under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Because you see, Madam Speaker, this was a program where in 2015, we would have had approximately 2,400 trainees registered under the CCC. You know how much, according to page 126 of the SSIP book for 2025, have registered trainees? 921. This program has fallen from 2,400 down to 900. But in 2015, Madam Speaker, the program was well funded with $54 million. However, in 2023, where we have only 863, it received 41 million. We have to do some further investigation and look into how it is that 41 million has actually been spent, Madam Speaker. And we have to ask the question, where the money gone? Because a lot less benefiting from this program is almost close to the same amount being allocated. So we have to look at it. I want to deal with YTEP. White-up, Madam Speaker, I would have benefited from White-up back in the days before I did engineering. I did the program down at the Faizabad Composite School, it was called at that time. The White-up program would have provided great opportunities, right? And my good friend, my colleague, the MP for Faizabad, would have also served the good people of Faizabad as a teacher at that school, Faizabad Composite. But Madam Speaker, the White-up program, which would have benefited thousands and thousands of citizens of this country that can go outside and do a little trade, set up a little small business, Madam Speaker. This was a program that was once invested heavily by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The government of the People's Partnership in 2015 invested $110,000 into White-up, Madam Speaker. We had a total from 2010 to 2015, 17,928 trainees benefiting from White-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know what has happened to this program under this Ministry of Education, still under the Ministry of Education? That program, the number of trainees has fallen from 2,300 down to 1,500, and the funding for that program, Madam Speaker, from 110 million has now been cut down to 41 million. Cut down White-up down to 41 million and increase the Prime Minister's entertainment budget from less than 1 million to $50 million. That is where the money going. That is where the money going, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it seems as though I heard one of the memo on that side speaking about soca. It seems as in that side is only fet after fet after fet after fet. That is what this budget is about for the Honorable Prime Minister. That this budget seems to be a fet budget for the Prime Minister's office. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment, before I go into the consultation report from the constituency, I want to take a moment and treat with the budget itself, Madam Speaker. Because you see, this budget that was delivered by the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, appears to be one of the most, I already call it a dumb budget, but the title of this budget, Madam Speaker, seems to be very duplicitous. Duplicitous title, Madam Speaker, because it is saying, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. Forging pathways to prosperity, Madam Speaker, but I cannot help and ask the Honourable Minister to please tell us, in your winding up, forging pathways to prosperity for who? Pathways to prosperity surely cannot be for those who have been recusing themselves from cabinet because they, their friends, their families and financiers were financially benefiting from pathways to prosperity. It cannot be for them. No, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, forging pathways to prosperity surely cannot be for the 99% of our citizens whose quality of life has been deteriorating over the decade of destruction that they have been experiencing under this uncaring administration, Madam Speaker. It cannot be for that 99%. Madam Speaker, today I stand with my leader, the member for Siparia, and my colleagues on this side as we stand in the gap in defense of that 99% of our citizens. As we dissect this budget, Madam Speaker, we cannot overlook the landscape that this government has devastated during their tenure in office. What was once a thriving environment of opportunity and hope under the previous People's Partnership Administration, led by the Honourable Member for Siparia, has tragically devolved into an intricate web of despair across all societies of our country, Madam Speaker. This administration has paved a perilous path leading to record unemployment, soaring on inflation, and a declining GDP, a trifecta that has decimated the livelihoods of thousands in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget presented fails to address these critical issues and instead it offers a superficial facade neglecting the cries of a populace yearning for genuine change. Madam Speaker, as our citizens struggle to make ends meet, to feed their families not knowing where that next meal is going to come from, and to dream of a brighter tomorrow, Madam Speaker, the government seems oblivious, clinging stubbornly to the outdated principles and policies that has only served to penalize, to tax, and to oppress rather than to uplift the citizens of our country, Madam Speaker. Our citizens are not merely dissatisfied with the government's budgetary blueprint. They are disillusioned with years of broken promises repeated year after year after year by this regime, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to go into some of those broken promises of this administration. You see, Madam Speaker...
Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time. You're entitled to 10 more minutes after that. Okay?
Thank you most kindly.
Sure.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I did not get the opportunity to use this red folder. However, I will surely make good use of it on Sunday morning press briefing if I'm allowed the opportunity, or we will meet on the pavement and we will deal with it accordingly. Madam Speaker, I want to highlight the underutilization of the allocation or the over-budgeting and the underspending of this administration, Madam Speaker. Because you see, I'm going to present the issue relating to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries and its budgetary allocation and show how little this government really values the sector. Madam Speaker, this government promised to improve agriculture, but in truth and in fact, Madam Speaker, what we have seen happening to the Ministry of Agriculture, in 2018, the development program allocated $45 million for development program, but only $21 million being utilized. In 2019, $70 million was allocated for their development program, but only $8.4 million was utilized, less than 12%. In 2020, $64 million was allocated, but only $22 million was utilized. Similarly, in 2021, $49 million allocated, $14 million utilized. In 2022, $68 million allocated, $24 million being utilized. In 2023, Madam Speaker, they allocated $110 million to the development program of agriculture, but when we drill down in the books, they say the devil is in the details. And when we look for what is really happening, only $25 million was utilized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we don't know what the actual figure for 2024 is, but based on the trend that we have seen, we expect nothing different. In 2025, the development program is allocated $73 million, but based on this government history, we expect little or nothing to be done for this upcoming fiscal period, Madam Speaker. In contrast to this, however, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I don't point out that in 2015, under the leadership of the member for Siparia, this same development program received the actual utilization was $139 million was utilized in agriculture. Compare that, $139 million being utilized in 2015, whereas in 2023, only $25 million. Less than 25%, Madam Mr. Deputy Speaker, because that was the last time that this country ever saw real investment under agriculture and a government who ensured that there was food security here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there have been several promises made, but because time is of the essence, I will move ahead, Mr. Deputy Speaker, into summarizing the broken promises, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government has delivered a decade of destruction filled with broken promises and empty rhetoric. Year after year, They've given false hope and neglected the agriculture sector, leaving our farmers in despair. What should have been a time of progress has instead become a lost decade under this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the claims of investment in agriculture by this irresponsible government, the agriculture sector has now seen a reduction of 258 million in its budgetary allocation. Compared to last year's budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that means from 2.4 of the national budget last year, agriculture now receives only 2% for fiscal 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, comparing that to our neighbor in Guyana, under the responsible leadership of His Excellency President Irfan Ali, this year agriculture received 95.7 billion Guyana dollars out of 1.146 trillion Guyana dollars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that represents 8.4% of Guyana national budget being invested into agriculture. That is a country and a government who's serious about agriculture and who really wants to contribute to the food security of CARICOM, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not like what we are receiving here from this irresponsible administration. When we look at our food import bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our food import bill has increased from 5 billion to 7.3 billion to 7.2 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And taking a little note from what the president of the Agricultural Society would have said in the media, Mr. Daryl Rampasad, he said a target of reducing the food import bill by 25% by 2025 is clearly unrealistic, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a goal that cannot be met. The honorable member Minister of Agriculture, and I took notes. I'm not seeing my notes now, but I took some very copious notes. I'm not sure where those notes are, but that is okay, Mr. Speaker. The honorable Minister of Agriculture spoke about food security and food prices committee. This government Food Security and Food Prices Committee seems like another election gimmick, another recycled idea from previous failed policies like the Agriculture Multidisciplinary Voluntary Committee, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's concerning that this committee doesn't even include any farmer on this committee. No farmers on this committee, but they want to treat with food security and so forth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to move on swiftly to that Agri-Expo, that puppy show that was held outside there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you see the farmers are calling that Agri-Expo puppy show as a big people party, because the farmers were left out. Farmers who applied to be part of this Agri-Expo were left out when only big companies were allowed, big boys were allowed, or people that the PNM administration is prospecting to become supporters of theirs. They only allow certain persons in that expo, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 20 million and more invested into big people party. That is why we say this budget represents fet after fet after fet after fet for this Prime Minister and his regime. While they boast about the success in their farm-to-table program that they claim to be a success, in 2024, 479 million worth of vegetables and tubers still imported, while our country's vegetable production has fallen by 22.9%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to swiftly run into that YAPA program, that Youth in Agriculture Homestead program, because you see, just last week I received a video of a location in Tucker Valley. It's a nice 3D fence with a banner on the fence with the shade and Youth in Agriculture and stuff on that banner, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I believe it was about 2 months ago where the Prime Minister himself would have gone and cut a ribbon for that Youth in Agriculture program there in Tucker Valley. They had beds well tilled, well molded, and they had young people claiming that they were going to teach them about seedlings in the open and how agriculture and greenhouse and so forth. 2 months have passed. Day has followed night. And you know what has happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker? That area now is overgrown with bush. Bush up to your waist. And I will place the video on my page so that the farmers can see and the youths can see how this government cannot be trusted, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They continuously attempt to hoodwink and mislead and fool the population with their dumb PNM propaganda, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I will have more to say on that, on the pavement. I will say more on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I went on a trip to Marpa Farms to see for myself what was happening at Marpa Farms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because after Marpa Farms being closed for many years, it took a People's Partnership Administration to reactivate Marpa Farms, to invest into Marpa Farms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What was reopened in 2014 under the leadership of the member for Siparia with over 50,000 citrus trees and so on. Over 50,000 citrus trees. Now today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has only 100 plants.
May I have about 2 more minutes?
Thank you very much. Marpa Farms destroyed by this administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Fisheries, we have been pleading with them to address the issues affecting the fisher folk. We have been pleading with them. So the issues concerning fisheries has remained the same. It's just that their response also remained the same. Nothing. They have done nothing. The Prime Minister 2 years ago spoke about the fuel rebate. We have been speaking about the fuel rebate. Up to now, no action by this government to deal with the issues affecting the fisher folk. Fishermen continue to be risking their lives. The MP for Oropuch East spoke about how much vessels, they seem to have a fetish with vessels on that side, when the reality of it is the vessels that they would have invested into are all parked up there, and there are no vessels protecting our borders, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Fishermen continue to suffer. Farmers continue to suffer, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I met with the St. Lucille Farmers Group. I met with the Carsonfield Farmers Group. I met with the Felicity and Petersfield, the Exchange Farmers Group. I met with farmers group across the length and breadth of this country, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I met with farmers across the country, and the issues are all the same. Issues of unkept watercourses, issues of flooding, issues of predial larceny, issues of increased prices for input factors into the agriculture sector, problems with getting subsidies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, problems with land tenure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we have to summarize what this budget has been all about, this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been one of the most dumb budgets the people of Trinidad and Tobago has ever received. And when we hear the presentation coming from the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it appears as though this Prime Minister will go down in the history as one of the most dumb Prime Minister the people of Trinidad and Tobago has ever had.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me wait on Madam Speaker.
Well, you go run girls now for all in the back room. You can't use the PTSD buses anymore though, but you go bring the girls for all, you know. Including camera.
You're going to use the bathroom?
Yeah, Shimin and Zami.
Hey, what you boy?
Don't call my name.
What's wrong with you? Hey, boy, cool it, the mic on. Did you contact the boss? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am not sure why the Leader of the Opposition has left the House. I hope it's a bathroom break. But
what happened?
No, let's don't go down that road. Okay? So, I really, want us to try and lift this to another place, all right?
I am sorry, Madam Speaker. I apologize. I was thinking of the only logical reason, but I apologize.
No,
I apologize. So, It is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition is not present. However, we have the benefit in this Parliament now for many years of a live televised broadcast. So whether the Leader of the Opposition is present or not, that is irrelevant in terms of the information that the public will receive during this wrapping up. I had someone to go through the response of the Leader of the Opposition to the budget statement and to write for me the most egregious untruths and the most ridiculous, absurd statements made by the member for Siparia. Let me deal with, yes, many pages, but let me deal with the most ridiculous one. The member for Siparia said that in the draft estimates of expenditure, the vote for entertainment for the Office of the Prime Minister was allocated $30 million, and that the vote for hosting of functions was allocated $20 million. And the members for Siparia added those two numbers together to get $50 million, and then began a tirade about $50 million for FET, repeated by all her subordinates on the other side, and gleefully carried by certain media houses who seem to have this habit of just repeating whatever nonsense is uttered by persons opposite. So, having heard that and being aware of the facts, being aware that the Urban Development Corporation had, since 2016, been covering the expenses at the Prime Minister's residence, at the Diplomatic Center, and the expenses for the establishment at the Office of the Prime Minister, and for functions and conferences and seminars and so on, the matters that are contained in those two particular votes, being aware of the facts that since 2016, the Urban Development Corporation had been carrying these expenses without being paid by the state. I have the total of arrears owed to UDCOT for the period, actually 2018 to 2024, $53,013,339. For 6 years, $53 million in arrears. These are expenses that UDCOT had been paying on its own, using its own revenue that it gets from the operations of the Hyatt and its car parks and so on. And it had reached a point where UDCOT was unable to continue to carry these expenses. So they approached us, and these include maintenance of buildings and so on, to cover the arrears, and that is what these allocations are for. But the member for Siparia, and therefore none of this will be spent on FET in 2025, or entertainment, not a cent. It's to clear off the arrears owed to UDCOT for the last 6 years. But be that as it may, I thought it was appropriate, when I heard all of this, to go and take a look for comparator purposes and see what kind of expenditure had been incurred under these same votes: official entertainment, expenses of the Prime Minister's establishment, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions, when the member for Siparia was Prime Minister. And I have established that over the 5-year period, 2010 to 2015, the total expenditure on Prime Minister is actually a little bit more than the number you quoted. The total expenditure by the member for Siparia on these items: entertainment, Prime Minister's establishment, hosting of seminars and conferences, over 5 years, $173 million, $322,661. $173,322,661. That is what
the member for Siparia spent on these items for 5 years. So I went and I checked a similar 5-year period for the current Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West, and I checked the period 2015 to 2020. And when one compares the 173 million spent by the member for Siparia, the current Prime Minister spent $54 million. The difference being almost $120 million. So the member for Siparia spent $120 million more than the member for Diego Martin West in their respective roles as Prime Minister. But that is not all. When the member for Siparia came into office, the expenditure of the Prime Minister's residence, official entertainment, diplomatic center, hosting of conferences, etc., they had a good time in 2010 because they came in May. And they spent $14 million that year in all on these three things: official entertainment, Prime Minister's establishment, hosting of conferences. 14 million. By 2012, Madam Speaker, they had increased that expenditure from $14 million in 2010 to $35 million in 2012. $35 million. And in 2014, they spent $44 million. $44 million in 1 year on these three items. And that is how they got up to 173. $44 million in 1 year. Whereas our Prime Minister spent $54 million in 5 years. 54, 53. So it is just nonsense. There are arrears. There's a whole list of bills that we have to repay UDCOT for the last 6 years. And the expenditure pattern of our Prime Minister was averaging about 10 million a year, while the expenditure pattern of their Prime Minister was 3 times that, $30 to $40 million a year. And the member for Siparia has the gall to come in here and talk about 50 million for FET. They spent $44 million FETing in 2014. Wow. So that's that. For that, and I wouldn't go into details about, what is it, $300,000 on roti and $1 million on shrimp. I wouldn't go into that. But that's what used to go on when the member for Siparia was the Prime Minister. Let me move on to the other scandalous allegation, the $400 million. And the member for Siparia should know better, because when she was Prime Minister, the Urban Development Corporation was doing the same thing that it is doing now. It was the government's project management and construction company, building hospitals, health centers, police stations, community centers, the same thing. And currently, I asked UDCOT to tell me, out of the $5.1 billion or $5.2 billion PSIP that we have for fiscal 2025, how much of that will the Urban Development Corporation spend in fiscal 2025? And I have a list. We owe them at this point in time for money already spent on the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services Head Office, Election and Boundaries Commission Head Office, Point Fortin Administrative Complex, redevelopment of the Port of Spain Hospital Central Block, Ministry of Sport and Community Development Community Centers Portfolio. I read out a whole list of community centers in the budget statement. Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Sport Development Portfolio, because UDCOT does all that as well, all of the sporting facilities in Trinidad. And they also spent money in Tobago. They are currently owed $318 million for work already done for the government. That's TT, and $13 million US with respect to the redevelopment of the Central Block. That's what they owed right now. You add up those two, you're going to cross $400 million. That alone will eat up the $400 million that we have inside of there for them. But in addition, between October of this year and December of this year, in terms of all these projects I have just mentioned, including refurbishment and the new projects, refurbishment of the Gene Pair complex and so on, we will have for them another 178 million Trinidad dollars 19 million US dollars. Again, the US dollars is for the central block. And then take it to September 2025, where in our PSIP you have an administrative complex in Arima. We continue the EBC head office, the Social Development head office, the Point Fortin administrative complex, Gene Pair complex, the central block, community centers, sporting facilities, and so on. We will have another 308 million for them, and US 26. When you add up all of that, what UDCOT has told me is that they require $1.2 billion for the projects that they undertake on behalf of the government for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Every police station, fire station, community center, sporting facility, hospital, they do all of that. Swimming pools, they do all of that. And the member for Siparia knows that. And therefore, even the allocation that we have in, I went and I added up every single allocation in every single ministry for every single development project. When you add it all up, you come up to about 500 million. And we have a block vote for UDCOT of 400, that's 900. They will still be out of pocket $300 million in fiscal 2025. This is the government's project manager. This is the government's builder. And they know that. They know that. They build hospitals with UDCOT. It's shameful the way the member for Siparia tries to fool the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Shameful. So the $400 million is not for the Honorable Prime Minister. Not for Mr. Rowley. No, I am afraid I cannot say that word, Prime Minister. It is not for this honorable member for Dagobah West, our Prime Minister. That $400 million is not for him to put in his pocket and then to share goodies around. That's the kind of nonsense we're hearing from the ghost projects. There's a PSIP with $5.2 billion in it, and UDCOT is implementing 20% of that. Do the maths. 20% of $5 billion is $1 billion. Come and talk nonsense about $400 million on ghost project. It's shameful. Well, let me tell you what is also shameful. It is shameful that somebody who was Prime Minister for 5 years and 3 months doesn't even understand the estimates of revenue expenditure that I have placed on this table 10 times. 10 times I have placed estimates of expenditure and revenue on this table. 10 times. When the Honorable Member for Siparia was Prime Minister, her ministers would have put estimates of revenue and expenditure at least 5 times. And it is shameful that a former Prime Minister, look at what she said. Look what the Honorable Member said. She went into the budget estimates and she heard me say that revenue for 2025 is $54 billion. But when the Honorable Member tried to add up, all she could find was $52 billion. So $2 billion or $1.6 billion missing. One set of noise. And I must explain. It is shameful. Yes, call a press conference. It is shameful.
After 3.5 hours.
After all that, those years in Parliament, 5 years as Prime Minister, 10 years as opposition leader, that the opposition leader does not know that there are certain things that are not appropriated into the consolidated fund. You're supposed to know that unemployment levy is not appropriated. Green fund is not appropriated. Not appropriated. So we have $1 billion in green fund for 2025, 600 million in unemployment levy. That's 1.6. Add it to the 52, you get 54. It is shameful that a former Prime Minister and somebody with 20 years experience does not know that. Shameful. You know what is also shameful? That I saw something else. I could not believe it when I heard it, and I wonder who writes this rubbish for her. I don't know who it is, but they're crazy. Look at this one, where the minister failed to mention that the minister plans to borrow $12.8 billion in 2025. Therefore, the revenue in 2025 would be $65.5 billion, and that is before you add capital receipts and rubbish, rubbish. Yes, rubbish. I so vexed when I read this nonsense. You want me to read it again, Prime Minister? Okay.
Unexplained.
The minister failed to mention that the minister plans to borrow 12.8 billion in 2025. Therefore, the revenue in 2025 would be 65.5 billion, and that is before you add capital receipts and extra rubbish. Loan financing is not revenue.
Refinancing of loans.
Refinancing is not revenue. This is foolishness at the highest level.
Tell us who wrote that.
Come on. They must have at least one accounting student in the UNC. At least one. Revenue is what you earn from taxes. That is how our government earns revenue, from taxes and from sale of assets and so on. And dividends that you get from profitable state enterprises, like in our case, like FCB. But when you borrow money, that is not revenue. What kind of madness is that? If I add what I borrow to what I earn from taxes, then I have a fiscal surplus every year, Madam Speaker. We all have a fiscal surplus. Because according to the member for Siparia, my revenue for 2025 is 65 billion, and I only plan to spend 59, so I'm going to have a surplus of 6 billion. Wow. As a matter of fact, if we did this maths for the 9 years we've been in office, we would have posted a fiscal surplus every single year. Because if you add borrowing and revenue, we in surplus. I tell you, this is what I have to deal with. Shameful. Shameful, Madam Speaker. Shameful. And what beats me too, the leader of the opposition read out a whole list of alleged accomplishments. They do this and they do that. They build so many things. They give out so many school meals. They educate so many people, etc. And they're so much better than the PNM at it. They're better than the PNM at everything. But they said all of that in 2015. All these things that I've heard the member for Siparia read out, because the member for Siparia is talking about the period prior to their defeat in 2015. It's the same regurgitated list of achievements. They said all of that, and they lost in 2015. They come back in 2020, they say it again, and they lost again. Same licks, they get licks twice. And they're saying it again for a third time.
Licks again.
It's licks again. When will the members of the opposition understand? Nobody's interested. The population was not interested in 2015. They're not interested in 2020 about all these imaginary achievements of yours. They're not interested. And they won't be interested in 2025. So please, through you, Madam Speaker, spare us the nonsense. Nobody's listening to that nonsense. True. That is so true. Look at this next set of madness here. That the minister intends to borrow 12.8 billion in 2025. And this means this government would have borrowed 119.8 billion in 10 years. Stupidness. Stupidness. If you go into the review of the economy, you will see the total public debt as we speak is $140 billion. The total public debt in 2015 was $75 billion. 140 minus 75 is not 120. That is not even schoolboy mathematics. The increase in debt over the last 9 years is 65 billion, is not 120. Where's this nonsense coming from that the government has borrowed 120 billion? You know what they're doing? And they do it over and over, and even when they're corrected, they still continue with this stupidness, you know. When we go to refinance debt, so let's say we have, and we do it all the time with respect to debt taken out under the UNC, because you have 15-year, you have 20-year debt coming up for maturity. The government has a choice. It can repay debt. So, for example, in 2024, in terms of repayment of debt, we have repaid $11 billion, believe it or not, in principal repayments in 2024. $11 billion. reduce debt by $11 billion. And then, as that's one option, you pay it off and you use your revenues to pay it off. Or you refinance. Standard. So let's say a loan that was taken out in 2013 or whatever comes up for repayment in 2025. We have a choice. We pay it off. If we have the money, we pay it off. If we don't have the money, we refinance. But if that $1 billion debt is refinanced, that is not net borrowing. Because you're taking the money that you have to pay off the billion that was incurred in 2013. What the member for Sepira keeps doing over and over and over is saying, they borrow 10 billion, they borrow 15 billion, they borrow 20 billion, adding refinancing to new borrowing. Nobody does that.
Intentionally misleading.
Misleading the entire public. That is why, when you look at the numbers, and you see the net public debt is now 140, and it was 75, it means we borrow 65. Because 65 and 75 is 140, by the way, member for Pointe-a-Pierre. You should let your leader know 65 and 75 is 140. It means that the net increase in debt is 65, not 120. But when you keep adding refinancing and you don't take into account principal repayments, that is how you come up with this kind of foolishness. And that was a prime minister. And I have to listen to that. And the little children outside have to listen to that. And some of them, and university students listen to that foolishness. That loan financing is revenue. That refinancing increases the public debt. Awful. I heard the member for, what is that one there? The one that was just ranting and raving about a statement made by, yes, Couvernourt. Ranting and raving about a statement made by the Prime Minister about a piece of legislation that CARICOM is currently finalizing to ban assault weapons. And the member for Couvernourt quotes some character, who I'm told is a dealer, who may very well have done very well under former authorities who had authority to give out FULs and so on. And this character is saying that assault weapons are already banned in Trinidad and Tobago, so there's no need to ban them. And I heard Couvernourt repeat the same thing, trying to ridicule the honorable member for Diego Martin West. But you know, when they all say this nonsense, including the so-called expert who was in the Guardian newspaper and the member for Couvernourt, they don't quote the law. So let me quote the law. Let me quote the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601. And if you go to page 9 of the Firearms Act, and you go to the definition of a prohibited weapon, it means any artillery or automatic firearm. So what is banned in Trinidad and Tobago is an automatic firearm. But if you go to the United States passed legislation in 1994 called the Federal Assault Weapons Ban. And in that legislation, which is also replicated in many of the states in the United States, what they have done is they have actually banned categories of weapons. And many of the weapons that we see in Trinidad and Tobago, many of them that are used by gangs and murderers in Trinidad and Tobago, criminals, let's call them criminals, would fall within the definition in the definition of an assault weapon in the U.S. assault weapons ban legislation of 1994. And they are not automatic weapons. And therein is the difference. And if anybody has any interest in this, instead of listening to somebody with a vested interest, a dealer in firearms, a man who will sell gun and make money out of selling gun, instead of listening to him, or listening to somebody who traffics in things, if one went and checked, this is the definition of assault weapons in the United States. And this is what it says. all of the following specified semi-automatic rifles, all AK series, Uzi, Beretta, Colt AR-15 series. And it is just, I don't know what it is. What is the obsession of the member for Siparia with weapons? What's the obsession? What is the obsession of the UNC with guns? I mean, come on. I read another article here, and I'll refer it to honorable members. I mean, there are not too many of them over there. But this is a Time magazine article, very current, May 2023. And you know what it is? Entitled, How the AR-15 Rifle Became America's Most Dangerous Weapon. And what this is all about is indicating, when you do the analysis, all of the mass shootings where people go into a cinema and kill 50 people, or go into a school and start to shoot little children and so on, done by an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. So I feel they must have somebody in the UNC who has sense, because our legislation is very narrow, and it simply says automatic weapons are banned. But the AR-15 is not an automatic weapon. It's a semi-automatic rifle. And that is what CARICOM is doing. CARICOM is not foolish. The United States, the federal government is not foolish. The state of California is not foolish. They recognize that these semi-automatic rifles, like the AR-15, are murderous and must be banned and should not be in the hands of a civilian. Why would a civilian want to have a... What you doing with an AR-15? What was the point of that? You're going somewhere in the forest to shoot deer and tattoo and thing with a semi-automatic AR-15. Nonsense. And it is time for members opposite to stop talking nonsense. Just because a firearms dealer with some vested interest in selling gun say assault weapons are already banned in Trinidad. Just don't buy that foolishness. Don't buy that foolishness. So you must ban, give me an example, AK-47 is an automatic? Yeah. You must ban AK. Semi-automatic. That's semi-automatic too. Both. So let everybody have an AR-15. That's what the member of Siparia is saying. Let everybody have an AR-15. Roll up your, empty your clip in your AR-15. Stand your ground. And you know what's the hard part about that stand your ground thing? What's the fellow say? Trayvon Martin, that's his name? I mean, why are you using that terminology? Stand your ground has such distasteful terminology. It's racist. Why? Who writes the speeches for the member of Siparia? Who writes this rubbish? Now, how much more time do I have, Madam Speaker?
58:23. And then you have an extended 10 minutes, if you so wish, which will carry you to 6:08.
Okay.
So are you...
I'm taking everything, but how much time in total do I have?
So you will end at 6:08:23. 8 minutes past 6.
20-something minutes. Thank you very much. Now, the other thing that disappointed me, no end, is, and all the members opposite continued with this nonsense. After making all sorts of misinterpretations, false statements, untruths, foolishness, scandalous nonsense for about 10 minutes. That's how the leader of the opposition's response started off. 10 minutes, a barrage of foolishness. As I told you, can't even do basic maths, can't add, don't know that borrowing is not revenue. After all of that, what did we hear after that? I think the opposition leader spoke for about 3 hours and 20 minutes, something so. I can't remember how long it was, but it's something so. You're talking about 3 hours and 10 minutes of utter foolishness. This budget statement and this 2025 budget has at the back of it a series of fiscal measures. A series of them. And I want to read them into the record. And I'll start with the smaller ones first. An online numeracy program for adults. Badly needed, because clearly adults inside of here can't count. Online numeracy, they can't count. This program is definitely needed in Trinidad and Tobago. A national digital literacy project, that's very important, especially for elderly people who did not grow up in a digital age. We have to assist them to become literate digitally. Then digital literacy for students. Again, there will be some students who may not have access to devices, may not have access to the environment in terms of becoming digitally literate. That's for them. Solar-powered sustainability project in secondary schools, teaching our young people, encouraging them to get involved in dealing with green energy, sustainability, climate change, renewable. That's there. Solar-powered sustainability project in secondary schools. Agriculture internship. CSEC remedial mathematics, they definitely need that over there. And then minimum wages of government workers, where we have made a very clear statement that for those workers on the government payroll who are receiving $20.50 an hour, from November, we are going to increase that to $22.50. And it's about 20,000 at least. Because I mentioned MTS, URP, and CPEP, but also I'm told reforestation workers may be in that category as well, and there may be others. So we're talking at least 20,000 workers. And then public sector wage negotiations. The UNC got all of their, I don't know what to call them, associates, acolytes, activists, fifth columnists, whatever it is, associate with outside there, to deliberately misinterpret the statements in the budget. And I want to read into the record what my statements are. That I have today instructed the Chief Personnel Officer to make the necessary preparations to commence negotiations with those trade unions who accepted the previous 4%. And we have decided to offer workers an increase of 5%. Where in those words does it say that the minister negotiated? Where does it say, take it or leave it? It says that the Minister of Finance, who is authorized under law to do this, by the way, has instructed the CPO to commence negotiations, and this is the offer we're putting on the table. I even had to talk to a serious trade union leader about this. I saw all these statements on the newspapers. And I called a senior trade union leader and I said, what are you talking about? No, I would never do that. I said a senior and serious. Senior and serious. Senior and serious trade union leader. And I had to talk to the person and say, what are you talking about? What is all this thing I'm seeing in the papers about how the government is taking over the collective bargaining process and that's a final offer? I said, where you get that from? The person say, well, that's the impression I get. I say, impression? I said, let me read my thing for you. Oh, that's the impression I get from them, from the UNC. And you see, that is the danger of propaganda. That is the danger of propaganda. You see, if you tell an untruth long enough and often enough, some people will believe it. And that is the strategy of the opposition. That is the strategy of opposition. I can't use the word from the saying about, you don't really say tell an untruth, you say use another word. But that is their strategy. You tell untruths loud enough and long enough and repeat it enough, some people will believe your untruths. I wish I could say that. I went on to say, Madam Speaker, that the government, the cabinet, has agreed to give a $1,000 book grant to needy students in 2025. The government also agreed to a tax amnesty and a national insurance amnesty. The government also agreed to a housing and village improvement program increase for contractors up to $200,000 per unit. We also agreed to waive all taxes and duties on sporting equipment to encourage healthy lifestyles. We made a commitment. The Ministry of Finance will sit down with the Ministry of Agriculture over the next couple of months and clean out every lacuna, every loophole, every ambiguity, everything in our tax laws that deal with agriculture, so that come first quarter next year, we will make agriculture totally tax-free. Also, to encourage people to use electric vehicles, we are exempting electric vehicle charging equipment from all taxes. Also, to deal with another issue, we are going to raise $3 billion in VAT bonds. Now, the reason why I said all of this, $3 billion in VAT bonds. Free, no duty on electric charging equipment. Tax-free in agriculture. No taxes on sporting equipment. Increase in the amount paid to contractors for the Housing and Village Improvement Program. Tax amnesty. National insurance amnesty. $1,000 book grant. 5% offer to public servants. Increase it $2 per hour, which will put at least $500 in the pockets of security guards. $500 a month, tax-free. Minimum wages of government workers, and all these other remedial programs, remedial arithmetic, remedial mathematics, digital literacy, solar-powered sustainability, online numeracy. Not one word about all of those measures, Madam Speaker. Not one word. For 3 hours, all I had to hear was how great the UNC was when they were in office, and how great they will be again when they'll be back in office. I had to hear that diatribe for 3 hours. But this is a budget. It has fiscal measures in it. No, I'm not displaying. I'm just waving.
No, you're flapping.
All right. I'm waving. Not a word about the fiscal measures. You know why? They can't argue against the book grant. They can't argue about making agriculture a tax-free industry. They can't argue about exemption from taxes for sporting equipment and for electric chargers. They can't argue against an extra $2 an hour, extra $500 a month for MTS security guards. They can't argue against that. They can't argue against a tax amnesty. They can't argue against $3 billion in VAT bonds. They can't argue about anything inside this budget, nothing. And that is why we had to get that diatribe of nonsense, that stream, that constant stream of irrelevancy. And you know, another thing I want to say, it's traditional every year. I've noticed it begin to creep in as a trend. The opposition uses what I call go-to commentators in the media to say what they want to say. And these people, of course, pretend to be neutral. So we have former UNC members of parliament pretending to be neutral. We have former candidates in election in Tobago pretending to be neutral. We have deputy political leaders of parties in opposition to the PNM pretending to be neutral. So you have all these UNC opposition elements outside there. And the UNC uses them to make commentary in the media. And for a whole 2 weeks before the budget, doom and gloom, the country going through, the Minister of Finance will not be able to present a good budget, brace for pain, gas price going up, they're going to cut back here, they're going to cut back there. In fact, Madam Speaker, they even had Warner Media House, even had the title of their post-budget presentation, Ease or Squeeze, to tell you how they were. And you know what, beating all of them? The UNC and the go-to commentators in the media, it was a good budget. It was a good budget. And that is what is hurting them. It's hurting them in their craw. It's hurting them. We did not increase any prices. We did not increase any taxes. But instead, we reduced taxes on sporting equipment. We reduce taxes on electric charging equipment. We are going to eliminate all taxes in the agriculture sector. You know what hurt them as well? The fact that we have had 3 consecutive years of economic growth under this government. That hurting them as well. Yes, hurting them down to the toe. You see, they weren't looking for this at all. And let me deal with a piece of mischief outside there. We have been battling with various elements with respect to the modernization of revenue collection in this country for 2 years. Battling for 2 years. Because there are people in this country who don't want government to know, that they are collecting millions and millions of dollars every year and somehow avoiding tax. So we've been battling for the introduction of a modern, semi-autonomous revenue authority, like over 60 countries in the world have already done. Guyana has done it, for example. Barbados has done it. And they're fighting us, so we're fighting all through the court. So we get into the court, and we have to say why we want to do this. It is not just a situation of whether we believe that the legislation is within the confines of the Constitution or not. We also have to tell the court why we want to introduce a revenue authority. So I go on affidavit. I explain our financial situation. I explain that if we are not allowed to modernize revenue collection in this country, there is a tax gap estimated at somewhere between $5 billion and $10 billion a year from tax evaders outside there. Experts have come up with that number. That's not my number. I remember I brought an expert from the IMF years ago just to look at value-added tax. An expert, and using the gross sales and the GDP and other indicators, this expert determined that we lose $5 billion in value-added tax alone in Trinidad and Tobago every year. And of that $5 billion, $2.5 billion is based on government policy. It's based on exemptions. So basic foods are exempt and so on. So take out that $2.5 billion, because that is government policy. We have deliberately decided not to subject basic foods and so on to value-added tax. But that leaves another $2.5 billion. So just on value-added tax alone, there is $2.5 billion in tax evasion. That's just one form of tax. You have other forms. You have petroleum profits tax. You have corporation tax. You have income tax. You have customs duty. And that is why the experts have estimated the tax gap due to tax evasion could be as much as $10 billion a year. So I go on affidavit, and I say one of the ways we want to deal with this is through this modern, semi-autonomous revenue authority, like so many other countries in the world. And I say, if we are prevented from doing that, things not going to be easy for us. The exact words I use is unless we can proceed with the revenue authority. And we are prevented from doing that, and we have to revert to traditional methods, things will be a little difficult in this country for the next 2 years. That's what I say, unless. But we win the case, Madam Speaker. The government won the case. So therefore, the premise of the affidavit has been fulfilled. It is unless we can get through with the revenue authority, we are going to have financial problems. But we got through, Madam Speaker. And it's a question of literacy. It's a question of literacy. Somebody reading an affidavit with that big word in it, unless we get through with the revenue authority, things will be difficult. Like they can't see the word unless, they white it out. And they say, Imbert say, the Minister of Finance say, tough times coming for the next 2 years. Well, they ain't coming because we get through with the revenue authority. Yeah. They ain't coming. And if we could even get $1 billion a year, if you look at the strategic plan of the revenue authority, they estimate that within 3 to 5 years, we will have an additional collection of at least $5 billion because they're going to deal with that tax evasion. And let me say something, let me repeat something. The scaremongers, the naysayers, they say, oh, they're going after people who will sell bottled water at the side of the road, nuts vendor, doubles. Nonsense. Nonsense. There are people in this country earning millions of dollars. A member for Pfizer, millions of dollars. Who, well, I don't know if that's taxable. Who don't declare income and don't pay tax. They only take cash. And you know, that is why there's this opposition from the member for Siparia for cash. That's why the member for Siparia against cash, you know. Bitterly opposed to cash. Sorry, bitterly opposed to cashless. Yeah, let me repeat. The reason why the member for Siparia is opposed to cashless transactions is that the member wants to deal in cash. Because cash is not traceable. It is not traceable. There's no record. So if you collect cash and you spend cash, there's no record. But if you collect your money electronically, it has to be sent to a bank account. And then you make a payment electronically, there is a record. There is a record. And that is why the member for Siparia is so against cashless transactions. Because cash is invisible and cannot be traced. Yes, and those old $100 bills, the amount of people they promised that if and when they come back into government, they will repeal the law and allow all them. It's $500 million in old bills in some vault somewhere underneath somebody's house with camphor balls, I'm told. That is what they're saying. That is why the member for Siparia is opposed to cashless. Because she is aware that there are large volumes of cash in a vault underneath somebody's house. And while I'm on that, the nonsense I have to read in the papers every day. I read an editorial today about this issue with the Hyatt. Now, let me state for the record. What the Hyatt did was foolishness. And it's a good thing that the Hyatt rescinded that foolish decision to tell citizens of this country that they're no longer accepting Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Foolishness. It's a good thing they move fast and they get rid of it. Pardon? But I hear the line minister for the Hyatt harassing him, Madam Speaker. He instructed me. But the whole point is, Madam Speaker, I see an editorial today that foolishness that the Hyatt do will prevent the government of Trinidad and Tobago moving ahead with this cashless agenda. Nonsense. Who writes these things? One hotel do nonsense and that will stop us from proceeding where 1.4 billion people in India using cashless. In India, 1.4 billion people in China using cashless, 1.4 billion people in Africa using cashless, 800 million people in Europe using cashless. That is over 5 billion account there. 5 billion people in the world using cashless, and we in Little and Trinidad and Tobago, we must stay behind the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, I had an experience. How much time I have? Let me hear.
6 more minutes.
8 minutes past.
Fine. I had an experience, and let me give you this experience. I was on my way back to Trinidad and Tobago. I'd taken a little vacation. Thank God I got it. And yes, I got a vacation. And I was in Madrid airport. And I went to the counter to check in my bag. And in front of me was a Chinese gentleman, a real Chinese, by the way, from Beijing or something. And he had a large carry-on bag. And he went to the counter, and the lady behind the counter tells him, there's an extra charge for that. So he started to argue, and he said, well, no. She said, look at the website, sir. There's an extra charge for that, 50 euros for that. So he pulls out a 50 euro note. She said, no cash. No cash. So the fella almost broke down in tears. What am I to do? No cash. No cash. No, that is not the point of the story. So he looks around, and I behind him, I say, look, it's all right. And I took my credit card, I tapped the thing, I use the tapping feature. I pay the 50 euros for the man. I took his 50 euro bill, and I went my way. He happy like pappy. But if He didn't have a credit card, you see. And if I was not there, I don't know what that fellow would do. And this is a very common occurrence. I am told that most airline counters all over the world now are refusing to accept cash. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told me about a similar experience that he had. So, I don't know what the member for Sipara will do if she's in Madrid airport and she doesn't pay for the 10 or 20 bags that she has, and the person at the counter says, you have to pay for that. True. So we are proceeding with our cashless agenda. We are not going to allow people who have sinister agendas to stop us from continuing to modernize Trinidad and Tobago. But you know, Madam Speaker, people complain that I spoke too long. But as the Prime Minister pointed out, this is most likely the last opportunity to deliver a budget statement in this session, or this session of Parliament, this Parliament, sorry. If you do the maths, it might be very difficult to have another budget before the next general election, because the general election was in August. And therefore, it would have been irresponsible of this government and irresponsible of this finance minister not to take his time to report all of the things that we have done. Because the other side has a habit of saying, we have done nothing. We have done nothing. So I took 5 hours and I told the population exactly what we have done. What we have done. All of the things that we have done. And the joke about it, yeah, exactly, as the Prime Minister said, the oppositionists, the naysayers, the critics, they don't like the story too nice. Yeah, the story too nice. The PNM do too much. So the minister mustn't say all the nice things that the PNM do. Mustn't talk about all the good things that the PNM do. Mustn't say that the economy is growing. Mustn't say that we have managed a very difficult financial situation for the last 10 years. And I am proud, with the permission of the Prime Minister, I am proud of every minister that I've had to work with of this cabinet. I am so proud of what we've been able to do over the last 9 years. As far as I'm concerned, we've done a fantastic job. Fantastic. Under very, very difficult circumstances. The oil price dropped to 0. We have done an excellent job, Madam Speaker. So therefore, I commend to this House the fiscal measures that I have spoken about. I commend to this House the government of Trinidad and Tobago, led by the Prime Minister, I can't call his name, the member for Nigger Martin West. I commend that to this House. And I am certain, Madam Speaker, that in 2025, we will be here and they will be there. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025 be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 81-8, I beg to move that the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2024 be referred to the Standing Finance Committee for the consideration of the bill together with the estimates.
This House shall now go into Standing Finance Committee to consider the bill and the estimates. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Orders 81-2 and 8, the estimates containing the details of the financial requirements along with the appropriation bill have been referred to this committee for consideration. The documents before the committee therefore include the draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2025, which identifies 1, the head of expenditure, 2, the chart of accounts for expenditure, 3, the classification of expenditure sub-items under the personal expenditure, goods and services, and minor equipment purchases subheads. 4, the summary of the total allocation to each head of expenditure. 5, the sub-item details relevant to each head of expenditure for the current fiscal year and the 2 fiscal years immediately preceding. The draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year 2025, which identifies 1, the statutory board or body for each head of expenditure, 2, the abstract of estimated revenue and expenditure for the year ending 30th of September 2025, 3, the abstract showing the government subvention for 2023 actual expenditure, 2024 estimates, 2024 revised estimates, 2025 estimates, and the increase or decrease of the 2025 estimates over or under the 2024 revised estimates. 4, the chart of accounts for income and expenditure. 5, the classification of expenditure sub-items under the personal expenditure, goods and services, and minor equipment purchases subheads. 6, the sub-item details relevant to each statutory board or body for the current fiscal year and the 2 fiscal years immediately preceding. The draft estimates of development program for financial year 2025, which includes 1, the summary of estimates of the development program for the financial year 2025 for Part A, the Consolidated Fund. 2, the summary of the total allocation to each head of expenditure for subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. 3, the item, sub-item, project group, and project description details relevant to each head of expenditure for the current fiscal year and the 2 fiscal years immediately preceding. 4, the summary of estimates of Part B, the Infrastructure Development Fund for the financial year 2025. 5, the summary of the total allocation to each head of expenditure for head 701, Infrastructure Development Fund. 6, the item, sub-item, project group, and project description details relevant to each head of expenditure for the current fiscal year and the 2 fiscal years immediately preceding. The Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2024. The bill provides for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025. The bill seeks to authorize the sum of $49,097,035,525 from the Consolidated Fund. The schedule details the sum to be approved for each head of expenditure. In accordance with Standing Order 85-1, the consideration of the clauses of the bill will be postponed until after the consideration of the schedule, which lists the heads of expenditure to be approved. The heads will be considered in the order submitted by the Leader of the Opposition. And I believe the list has been circulated. So the proposed work schedule is as follows. Honorable members, there are 41 heads of expenditure to be considered over a 5-day period. Therefore, I wish to propose that the committee meets each day from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. or for so long thereafter to consider a minimum of 8 heads of expenditure per day. Further consideration of the Tobago House of Assembly. Honorable members, I crave your indulgence to have the committee agree on the time for the examination of the Tobago House of Assembly and Central Administrative Services Tobago on day 4, which is Wednesday, October 16, 2024, in order to allow these representatives to make arrangements to travel to Trinidad. May I suggest that given the order submitted by the Leader of the Opposition, the Tobago House of Assembly and Central Administrative Services Tobago be examined on the said day for Wednesday, October 16, 2024 at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. respectively. I guess that's agreeable. I'm also to remind the speaking time. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 45.1, the speaking time in Standing Finance Committee shall not exceed 5 minutes on each intervention. Each minister will be invited to make a brief 5-minute opening statement on the ministry or department's priority areas for the upcoming year. Procedure for each head. Honorable members, the procedure for each head of expenditure shall be as follows. 1, the head and the amount to be appropriated will be announced by the chairman. 2, the minister will then be invited to make a brief opening statement. 3, the chairman will then propose the question that is some proposed stand part of the schedule. For each head of expenditure, the chairman will call the subhead, followed by the item. The sub-items, will not be called. Discussions can ensue on the item called or the relevant sub-item and clarification sought. Once the committee moves to another subhead, questions from a previous subhead will not be entertained. The chairman will repeat the procedure for the development program. Once this is concluded, the chairman will then put the question that is some stand part of the schedule. 7, the procedure will be repeated for each head of expenditure. Other business, and I therefore invite members of the committee if they wish to raise any matter under other business. And seeing there's not, I therefore, honorable members, the meeting for the Standing Finance Committee is suspended and will resume on Friday, October 11, 2024, that's tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Thank you. Safe journey.